Āmua committee meeting, live streamed the 25th of August. And I will now read the karakia. Please feel free to say it silently or on mute at home. Whakatakatu hou ki te uru, whakatakatu hou ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina kia uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e he aki ana te atukura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei mauri ora. So a really big warm welcome to councillors, staff and members of the public that are online today. Obviously we've got a very challenging time still being in lockdown 4, but I'm glad that we're keeping going with the city business. So please let Democracy Service Advisor know if you need to leave the meeting. And look, we're just going to see how we go, but at the moment we will have a morning tea break at 10:30, lunch at 12:30, and then maybe another break, but we'll just see how we are going, because we might just need some breaks just to keep things even, because it's quite a big agenda. Right, have we got any apologies from councillors? Heidi, I wonder if the Mayor Foster is actually here yet, because he was going to do a media interview.
Yes, so I've got an apology from Mayor Foster for early departure.
Okay,
and Mayor Foster is here currently. I saw.
He is
I am. I was just trying to find the the mute button to get rid of it. Yeah, so I'll have to leave at 10, and then I'll be back around 10:45.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can accommodate you. Okay, and I'm aware there's just another councillor needs a bit of flexibility, so we'll just see how we go. Is there any other apologies?
Councillor Young has her hand raised.
Oh, Councillor Young.
Yeah, it's just I'm not well. I think I'll be able to hold it together for the meeting, but I might have to go back to bed.
Yeah,
it's fair enough, Councillor Young, and I hope we will not be here for too many hours.
and I also might be an apology for early departure, just depending on the timing of the meeting. Hopefully not.
Okay, well we're going to keep things going. All right, so I'm going to move those apologies. Can I have a seconder, please? So I can't see any of you because I've got the screen up.
I'll second.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Day, I think I've just seen your message first. Thank you very much. So that's been moved and seconded. Can we please tick the green? Just looking if you agree, red if you don't.
So that's carried.
Wonderful, thank you. So conflict of interest declarations, does anyone have any to declare? No, great, thank you. Now the confirmation of minutes, I'm going to move those minutes from the 4th of August. They've been circulated. Can I have a seconder? Is that Councillor Paul? Thank you. Right, any debate? Okay, right, if you could vote, please. Thank you.
And that's carried.
Thank you very much. All right, there are no items not on the agenda, and we will now have public participation. Again, thank you so much for making time today. So Mr. Burgess, a warm welcome to you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So basically, I'm talking in respect of the Brooklyn Road cycleway. My daughter and I are the ones that you saw on the front of the Dom Post on our cargo bike ahead of the installation of the trial bike lane. I just wanted to say the bike lane has improved our journey up the hill, just as I thought it would. We come around the corner from Webb Street at the bottom. We pedal as fast as we can in the busy bit of road at the bottom to get to the start of the bike lane, just past Nairn Street. And then we breathe a sigh of relief. And we can pedal safely and comfortably the rest of the way up the hill. Ada comes up the hill on the back of the bike daily, and she really loves how much further away the noisy, dusty demolition trucks are. She hates it when they come past close. Something I didn't expect, because I'm a fairly confident cyclist myself, was to feel the same relief joining the bike lane when I ride up it alone. I don't have to plan ahead now every time I'm approaching one of the pedestrian crossing points and look over my shoulder just to check and second guess whether the driver behind me is about to try and squeeze past. So I really find it much more comfortable as an experience. I found the handling of the kind of conflict points between bikes and cars very good. I would love to see the bike lane extend back as far as Currow Drive at the bottom, and forwards as far as the traffic lights in Brooklyn at the top. And some changes around the danger points on my way down the hill would be great too, because certainly the way up the hill was the most needing improvement, but our journeys tend to go in pairs both ways. And I'd love to see some improvements for pedestrians as part of the final design. Hopefully some opportunities around the bus stop near the top of the hill and around the Ohiro Road intersection. That's all really I wanted to say. I just wanted to say thank you so much for trialing it. It's made a huge improvement for us, and I really hope to see it grow and extend as the city rolls out more bike lanes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. Councillors, any questions? I'm sorry, I can't see everyone. No, that's better now. Any questions? Councillor Rush.
Can you hear me now? Thanks, James. Are you using an electric bike or your own power?
I use both when I commute to work and back. When it's not level 4, then I'm always under my own power. When I've got Ada on the back of the bike, I tend to be with electric assistance.
Do you struggle getting up that hill?
No, not at all. I actually enjoy it's my main opportunity to fit exercise into a busy day without taking time out from other activities.
Okay, I did.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, James. Thank you for coming in. It's just interesting hearing the difference with your daughter and the separation from the trucks. Have you had any other feedback from the community about that separation?
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly heard a lot from people who are happy to try giving biking up the hill a go when they've been put off it before by those close passes. I think especially at the points where it wasn't easy for people to give you space as they drove past. There are lots of places going up the hill, to be completely fair, where it was easy for people to give you space before, and most of them did. Maybe 1 out of 10 wouldn't, and then obviously that 1 out of 10 is quite a bad experience when it doesn't. But there were a few places at the hill where it wasn't easy to give space, and so I've heard people echoing my thoughts that you don't have to worry next to those pinch points, and it's just more of a relaxation. If you want to stop and put on a jacket or take it off as you go up the hill, or if you want to pass someone else who's biking up at a different speed, or someone wants to pass you, there's just more space and ease and comfort for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, James.
Thank you. No last questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Right. And now, Ms. Underwood, a warm welcome to you.
Good morning, everybody. Mayor, councillors, council officers and other public participants. Thank you once again for the opportunity to talk in person. I'm mainly going to cover safety, statistics and consultation. I was fascinated by this process, having been involved with it for over a year. I know that you're going to vote for option A because I just know, because of, I'm not stupid. But I would just like to point out that the premise of innovating streets is to make the roads, the spaces safer for all users. And I know I've said this before, but I'm going to iterate it again. This trial design does not do that. I don't use it anymore. In fact, the only time I do use it is to walk down it because it's very nice going between Washington Avenue and Nairn Street. It's a very peaceful walk down without having to cross the road. So I'm not a user of the cycle lane. It's actually created more pinch points for downhill cyclists and significant dangers for pedestrians, vehicle motorists, particularly in the lower part. It's created issues for people parking cars. There's nothing about it that actually makes it safer for all users. And there were other designs put forward, but were shut down at every co-design meeting, at most other alternative options to shoot down designs that would have made it safer for everybody. And the main argument was, oh, we can't trial them. The safety audit, which I've now been told isn't for, to base decisions on, it's to inform design, highlights significant risks for car drivers, for cyclists, even with the design, for people trying to get on and off a bus. And I think to ignore the safety audit is at your peril. And it's very comforting to know that should you, or when you vote for option A, that the safety audit might then kick in for any future possible design. But I can't actually see how this design, with it still maintaining its pinch points, can be considered as the safest option for cycling up Brooklyn Road. The statistics in July last year, there were 156 cyclists, according to the council counter, that used this piece of road. The comparison the council's officers are using is now in July this year, there were 165 cyclists, which is a difference of 9 cyclists and an increase of 5.something%. If you take March to this year, which there was the maximum number of cyclists, which was 200 a day, which is pre-cycle lane, if you then take it through to April 21, it's 187 cyclists. May, which was during construction, was 108 cyclists. This is at 5 p.m, the peak time. And in June, there were 179, and in July, there were 165. So post-cycle lane, there's a 17.5% reduction in cyclists using the cycle lane at 5 o'clock. The same number using it as 5 o'clock as 45 people in March is the same as July. So I think that you need to know that there's actually a 17.5% reduction since the cycle lane went in, but apparently you can't use that statistics because it's not comparing apples with apples. But given that the cycle lane is a major change to the road, I would have thought that would be a reasonably significant statistic. Something that I've been asking for quite some time was the success-fail criteria of the cycle lane. No one has been able to tell me. I sent numerous emails, as did others, and didn't get a response. Last night, I was told that speed of other vehicles was a success thing, and this has been known all along. My question is, why didn't the council officers provide that? So much so that I had to put in a local government official information request act to find this out. And it's based on people's experiences. I don't use the cycle lane anymore. I try not to drive up that road. I tend to go a hero road. The 7 changes that were made were basically classic Muldoonisms, where let's put in stuff that we know we don't want, but let's take it out and say that we've done some stuff. So I know that some people feel safer, but what does feeling is the actual, and one of the emails I got back actually said perception. I know this is going to go ahead, but I'm really doubtful about the consultation process and the actual listening and making changes in real time when there's still significant risks for all users. Yeah, that's me. Done. Over and out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood. Heidi, sorry, do we have any time left for questions?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Free, if you can be quick. Thank you.
Yeah, look, Catherine, I know how you feel about this, but how do you respond to the fact that 64% of respondents to our survey did feel that it made it safer for all roads users?
Yeah, but how many of them have actually were asked, do you currently cycle? Will you cycle? Have you started cycling? The statistics show a 17.5% reduction. Those people were cycling anyway. So you haven't actually got a whole 70% more people cycling because there's a safer route. Arguably, the beginning and the end of the beginning of the route is not perfect, and it's a pig's ear. And the end of the route, I'm not sure what you can do other than upset the residents of Brooklyn by removing the parking or taking away the bus stops. So there hasn't been an increase that you would expect that matches that 64%, and 64% might have been the 10% of cyclists that responded or something like that.
Okay, thank you for
Sure.
that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Underwood. Have a great day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Bridgman, a warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Kia ora. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to this topic. I'm here representing Active to Brooklyn, or A to B, which was formed in 2015-16 by a group of residents keen to create more active transport and recreation facilities in the Brooklyn-Kingston area. And overall, we want to create a more vibrant, healthy and safe community, and also make the most of the suburbs' proximity to the CBD for active commuting and recreation. We've been quite active with the council for a while, submitting as part of the 2006 annual plan, proposing 9 projects that would help with active transport options, have wider community benefits, deliver low carbon outcomes in line with council policies. And we put forward 9 as we recognise that in isolation, each one will not achieve the goals, but together will get a system change needed across the suburb. Because much like cycleways need a network before they'll be fully activated, one alone doesn't create a change. Safer, healthy and vibrant communities require multiple infrastructure and behaviour changes, big and small, to occur before the results come to fruition. The 9 included projects included better signage, community bike storage, especially for e-bikes, bike fix-it stands, roading safety improvements, an uphill Brooklyn Road cycleway and a bikes and schools track at Tawa Park. I just want to take this opportunity to say we've been really pleased with the council responses since our submission, and want to thank all the councillors and the council officers for listening and continuing to work with us and the community on some of these projects. For example, with many volunteer hours, council help, sponsors and Brooklyn and Ridgeway School parents, we've now built a tar seal ring track at Tawa Vogelmore Reserve, a junior mountain bike skills features, and as of last month, a junior pump track for all the school kids to use. And this is now a thriving community facility in the area, which will allow those same children to move on to the Brooklyn cycle lane when they move on to secondary school. It's great to see and view the Brooklyn Hill Cycleway project and understand it as part of this broader context, because especially when you look at the other changes that are occurring in our suburbs, especially as more housing is built in the area and we continue to see quite large trucks heading to the landfill. As a group, we believe that the Innovating Streets trial is a great way for users of the road to understand what works and what doesn't in real terms, not just theory or guesswork. Even though members of our group, A to B, made a detailed submission on the initial traffic resolution, and members took part in the consultation and design workshops that were held, many of us have experienced surprising results once we use the road for driving, walking and cycling that we didn't anticipate just from looking at plans and trying to imagine what it would be like. The process has also allowed input from locals and all types of road users, and has been responsive to some of the requested changes during the trial. So we would support this methodology when installing any new future infrastructure in the region. We think that the cycle lane contributes strongly to the aims of A to B that I mentioned at the start, by providing a safer transport route and making the most of Brooklyn's proximity to the CBD. And on balance, it's a great solution which rebalances the needs of multiple road users on that busy way. Naturally, there are some tweaks that can be made to the cycleway design before it should be made permanent, such as considering different edge markers that don't need replacing so often, ensuring old road markings are removed properly, further improving the bus stop cycleway interaction points, consideration of removing parking or looking at what could happen at the bottom of the Central Park area in response to some people's concerns about the narrowness of the roadway, and extending the lane to Carrow Drive as well as up to Brooklyn Lights to create more of that network that's needed. We'd also welcome the incorporation of further improvements to the walking infrastructure of part of the bike lane changes, because it is a heavily used area for students and others commuting to schools and into the city. Most of these changes and others have been captured in the safety audit and public feedback you've collected so far, and we don't believe that any of the changes are insurmountable. So in conclusion, really, we believe the cycleway is a great asset for the city and the Brooklyn-Kingston area. And as a group, A to B look forward to continuing to constructively engage with the council on the detailed design, as well as progressing the other projects that we've identified right back in 2016, to help create a more healthy and vibrant community in Brooklyn and the Kingston area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bridgman. Councillor Rush, you've got a question.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. So the safety audit talks about the problems that particularly heavy vehicles might find because the road's been narrowed. Have you guys had any, do you guys have any views on that? Have you seen the safety audit, and do you concur that there is a risk there, and do you think there might be ways that we could design our way out of that and keep the cycle lane?
Yeah, well, I think from what I understand, the narrowness problem is at the Central Park entrance down the bottom of Central Park. And it'd be interesting to compare it to the narrowness outside the Penthouse Cinema to the south side of the Common Street lights, which I believe is even narrower. And if we're kind of looking at routes for trucks, I mean, maybe it's a whole, again, a network thing rather than taking isolated pinch points, saying, well, what are the issues throughout that whole network? What needs to happen outside the Penthouse? What needs to happen outside Central Park and so on? I think initially the narrowness outside Central Park was identified as an area, and there was some suggestion as to creating a shared path on the footpath to the east and keeping the parking, or simply removing one side of the parking, which would dramatically widen that roadway there.
Thank you. Any other questions,
okay,
councillors?
Thanks,
Right.
Sam.
All right, Mr. Bridgman, thank you very much for your contribution. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Right, and now Mr. Alex Gray.
Yes.
Good morning, Alex. How are you?
I'm good, Iana. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, Mayor and councillors. My submission as a cyclist is focused on safety of all road users, which I understood was part of the premise of Innovating Streets. And my biggest concern is the proposal to leave the cycle lane in place until formal consultation is prepared to make it permanent, because I think that's likely to be months away. Although the uphill cycle lane makes it safer for uphill cyclists, the removal of the hatch median opposite Central Park Flats has introduced a new safety hazard for both downhill cyclists and motorists. The lane width of 3.2 metres is too narrow, with no room to pass a cyclist without crossing the centre line. Going downhill in a strong northerly, I've had a couple of occasions where motorists have overtaken me, crossed the centre line in front of uphill vehicles. The designer stated there was no room for error, which is contrary to the Vision Zero principles, and the safety auditor agreed. Council decided that community parking was more important, and so said they will monitor through the trial. I advised of a near-miss incident when my neighbour was confronted by an uphill truck and trailer crossing the centre line in mid-May 2021. I advised Innovating Streets, but received no response. I raised it again at a council strategy committee meeting. Again, my concerns were ignored. I visited David Cairncross, your transportation engineer. He said the 3.2 metre lane width was okay, it was used elsewhere, despite the fact that there are 650 trucks per day on Brooklyn Road. I emailed the Mayor and Vida Christella and was advised again that the lane width was considered appropriate. It is not. It should be 3.5 metres as per your own design standards, or it should have a 0.5 metre wide shoulder, which is obviously impossible with the parked cars on the downhill side. And there's an indication of that problem. I don't know if this photo is going to show, but I've emailed before the photo of the bus right hard against the centre line, and it says start my video. I don't know what's going on here. And the reality is that Vision Zero says that human beings make mistakes. You only have to have one truck and trailer driver having a medical incident, and you've got a head-on incident, head-on crash with a bus with unrestrained passengers. The longer the hatch median is left out, the greater the risk there is of a fatal accident. At the co-design meeting, several of us suggested that the cycleway could be constructed on the grass verge to the left-hand side of the uphill footpath. This was ignored. I would like to ask all councillors if their conscience would be troubled if they vote to keep the cycle lane and a serious or fatal accident occurs here. Therefore, I request councillors support option C while a proper consultation design process takes place, not the rushed option which took place with the Innovating Streets proposal. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, councillors? Oh, Councillor Rush.
Hi, Alex. I'm just looking at the safety report, paragraphs 2.11, and they set out the spacings there, and the main routes have a 3.3 metre spacing, not 3.2. Have you got different information?
Yeah, I measured it the other day. Some of it is 3.3, but some of it's only 3.2, and that's from centre to centre of the actual white line. If you're driving in a vehicle, you actually try and keep within the white lines, which actually means in places you've actually only got 3.1 metres.
Okay, thanks, Alex.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Alex, what in your view is, why is the council reluctant to go with option C as you want?
Well, there's obviously a strong lobby from the pro-cycling to keep the cycling lane permanently. And one of the questions I listened to before was from Deputy Mayor Sarah Free saying, well, 64% of respondents found that it was safer. But when you look at the pie graph, only 5% of motorists responded to the survey, and 130% of cyclists who use the route on a daily or weekend basis responded. So the statistics are misleading because they should be prorated, I believe, for all the motorists who didn't respond to the survey in terms of the thing being safe. There's no doubt it's safer going uphill, but the reality is that going downhill, there are risks for both cyclists and motorists which didn't exist before.
Thank you.
We're out of time now, but we do appreciate your contribution and look forward to discussing this with you further if it goes ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks a lot.
Right, Mr. Cobbard, welcome to you. Do you want to start your video?
Oh, sorry, am I there?
Yeah, welcome, Jonathan.
My Zoom just wanted to give up. Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to talk today about the Brooklyn uphill cycleway and also about the city streets business cases before you. Obviously, we're super excited to see that cycleway be delivered up there. I've ridden it myself and we've heard a lot from our supporters as well, but they really love the improvements that it's making to their journeys. I think key things to note is that the speeds have been reduced closer to what the legal limit on the road actually is. So that's one thing I definitely observed previously, was a lot of drivers traveling up there at really excessive speeds. And I think the evidence shows here, and it's noted in your report, that it's just this change of speeds, about a 5 kilometre change of speeds is going to be about 15% reduction in injuries on that street, let alone the improvements to separated cycling on the area. A lot of the catastrophizing that we were told before this bike lane was built hasn't happened. I remember people telling me that this was going to cause traffic to back up all the way into town. And I think the other key thing to note in the report is that there has been no noticeable increase in traffic on the street. And also the parking usage is still under 50%. So, there's still place there for people to park if they need to. Personally, I've experienced it both on a bike and on a bus. In a bus, it's actually a big improvement as well. It feels a lot more comfortable driving a big heavy vehicle like that when you've got the physical separation from vulnerable road users. It's something less I have to be concerned about managing how I pass those users up a hill on that passing lane how it was before. Also, it stops drivers from ripping past me at 60 kilometers per hour and then just sitting in front of the traffic at the light. So I think it's also good to note that it's a big improvement for public transport users as well. I think the key thing is that, and this is noted in that report as well, is to connect it into the places that people want to travel. So if you were to build a beautiful new pedestrian bridge, but each end you had a little tightrope, the uses of that bridge would be quite low. So it's really keen to make sure that the start and the end down there by Willis Street and up the top, the last section to Brooklyn Shops, that those areas are included in the future traffic resolution. It's going to take time for behaviour change. So people are going to start seeing people using that stuff. It's going to take possibly years before you see that sort of change of users. So we can excited to see that as well. For me, cycling, I think one thing I really noticed that was quite unusual was the width of the lane. So I cycled up on the test day, and I had 3 other people with me, and we were able to ride all side by side, which is actually a really, really great way to travel, and something that a lot of other bike lanes that I've been on all around the world you can't do, because they're all very, very narrow and you have to ride single file. So I think that's just, you've got that space there, and I think that was actually really, really pleasant for cycling. And it's exciting to see the Innovating Streets approach, so taking part in the co-design workshops, seeing changes being made, and the responsiveness of Wellington City Council staff and the design. So we're really happy with that as well. If the only negative thing I can really say is that it's a shame that we aren't seeing 8 amazing projects like Brooklyn Uphill. It seems a little ironic to me that we're sitting here in level 4 lockdown, and that we could have had a similar bike lane going along Teviston Street, for example, and we don't. So I think it's quite disappointing that we don't have more of these successful projects to talk about today. Onto city streets. These are some really exciting changes, and they're going to be huge improvements to how Wellingtonians travel around, both by public transport, by cycling, and by walking. And the total amount of cycling infrastructure that's going to be delivered by Let's Get Wellington Moving and the City Council over the next 10 years is actually starting to look quite impressive, to the point I noticed that people on our Facebook page were a bit confused and assumed that the Let's Get Wellington Moving plans were what was the entire plan, and I think they're going to be really pleasantly surprised to see the City Council plans come out in the next few months as well. I do have some concerns about the business case. So while I really think the project is great overall, I do want to talk a few about these concerns, just to make sure you're aware of what some of the issues potentially are. The option that was selected in this business case was a public transport focused approach, and they selected that over the balanced approach, over the walking and cycling focused, and over the program business case aligned focus. And they note that this program, the option selected, does have some of the worst outcomes for walking specifically out of all of those options. So they've taken a very public transport focused approach. Sort of the weighting that they use in there is they give a weighting of 50% in terms of selecting what projects to include within the funding, 50% for public transport, 10% for cycling, and 10% for walking. And I think this is really the opposite of what the priority should be. So the Wellington City Council sustainable transport hierarchy would put walking first, then cycling, and then public transport. And it was, I think, a shame that that's not reflected in the selection of projects to be included in the business case. So because of that sort of selection process, we are missing out on some routes that we thought would be included in this. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of what those are, and that these should now be areas that the City Council is looking to deliver. If so, Let's Get Wellington Moving will not deliver them. So we're looking at Newtown to Courtenay, the city to Kelburn. So that's a route I've ridden a lot to university, and it's a very, very difficult route to ride. So that's one we'd really like to see included. Cuba Street, Molesworth Street, Whitmore Street, Murphy Mulgrave, the whole area around Thorndon as well isn't planning to have any work done. So these should be areas that the council is looking at where the cycling infrastructure should be delivered when they come out for consultation on the matter. Yeah, that's all I have to say. So if there's any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Sparrow's got a question.
Hello?
No.
You're on mute.
Councillor Sparrow, you're still
mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Right. Sorry, I thought I had clicked the button. Anyway, Yeah, thank you for that, Jonathan. In regard to the suggestion made by the previous submitter that cycling on the route downhill has become less safe, how would you respond to that?
I don't think I'd say it's less safe. I mean, speeds overall have been reduced, so that's going to give everyone a lot more time to react in the case that something goes wrong. I mean, there's definitely opportunity there to include cycling infrastructure for downhill as well. Personally, I love bombing down on the road really fast, but if you're a less confident cyclist who wants to travel slower, it might still not feel appropriate to be riding in the traffic lane down there with traffic traveling at 50 kilometers per hour. So I'd like to say, I think it's in the long-term plan as well, that there's going to be a downhill lane included at some point in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions? Right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, very quickly. Actually, the previous speaker was commenting that actually it wasn't safer for other road users. So have you seen any sort of near misses with vehicles coming, one going up, one going down, and wing mirrors getting close, that sort of thing?
No, I mean, as I said, I've experienced it on a bike and a bus, and I've driven on the bus and it feels fine, and you struggle to get a wider vehicle than that on the road. I think, again, the key thing is that speeds have been reduced, and that's going to be the biggest overall improver for every user's safety.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Blake from Living Streets Aotearoa, welcome to you.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou, ko Ellen Blake ahau, ko kaituitui a whanganui a tāra kia Living Streets Aotearoa. So we're the walking advocacy group. We want more people walking more often. And I'd just like to congratulate the council first on having some fantastic policies that you've had for many a year that support and encourage people to walk. The walking policy, Wellington towards 2040, the urban growth plan, the spatial plan, and you've also declared a climate emergency so that we're required to take definite action to improve walking, public transport and cycling. As Jonathan was just saying, that's the top of the sustainable transport hierarchy. That is what we're supposed to be focusing our transport improvements on. So I wanted to talk to 3 items on the agenda. The business case for Let's Get Wellington Moving City Streets. The funding needs to be approved so that we can actually get the process moving, which I think we're so looking forward to those improvements. It's so important that this project gets off the ground if we're going to have any confidence that we're going to see some changes on the ground. And the business case does support walking, so we're all for getting on with that. So the sustainable transport hierarchy is supposed to be where we're focusing on. So Living Streets is saying we want to see all transport projects looking at multimodal improvements, what's called a complete street approach, so that you don't just pick off 1 or 2 modes and say that this is good enough. It's not good enough. We haven't got time to muck around with all this enormous amount of funding that we've got currently, and the urgency that we need to see some improvements for everybody out on our public spaces, which are mainly our streets. So I'm asking council to step it up a notch, approve that Let's Get Wellington Moving City Streets budget. But I also want you to close the loop on some of these projects that only look at 1 mode. We totally support good infrastructure for everybody to use our streets. So great cycleways are really important. But if we're only going to look at cycleways, for instance, on Brooklyn Hill, then we have missed the opportunity to look at improvements for other modes as well. Brooklyn Hill is not anywhere near a good walking environment. For most of Brooklyn Hill, there's footpath on only 1 side of the road. It's very difficult to cross that street, and which is why Living Streets lobbied for a long time to get those curb build-outs, which are the little bump outs, which narrow the road, which means that people can stand out and look to see what the traffic's coming, and then have a shorter place to cross. The Brooklyn Hill cycleway design has removed all of those and made them into shared spaces. This is not good practice. This is going backwards from what we've got. It is not accessible. It does not close the loop. And also at the top of Brooklyn Hill, where there's a teeny little bit of footpath where the bus stop is, the top bus stop, that's been made into shared path. That is not good practice. It's far from good practice. We're going backwards. So what I would like to see in Brooklyn Hill is for a bit of a redesign that looks at just improving the pedestrian aspects, but also the bus stops. Having bike lanes around bus stops is just, it just doesn't encourage anybody to catch the bus or to walk there. And the report you've got doesn't seem to indicate any of this at all. We know that children walk down this road to go to school. They have to cross the road twice currently to get from up in Brooklyn, and either come down Washington Ave and down those ways, or come along O'Hero Road, and that intersection there is a real nightmare for crossing. And then you've got to cross again at Bidwell Street to get up and over to high school or boys' college or any of those places. So the report is really light on explaining some of those other issues that I think the previous speakers have talked about. So we'd like to see some choices for pedestrians. If we're going to make Brooklyn Hill best practice, we'd have footpath on both sides of the road. I think you've heard people say that walking down from Washington Ave down to Bidwell Street, that's a nice walk. That could have been a nice footpath, but it wasn't even considered. So I'm asking for a redesign and consideration of pedestrian needs and also bus user needs, please. And make it accessible. And the other little thing I just wanted to touch on was you've got a traffic resolution for Courtenay Place. We've got a climate emergency. We've got Let's Get Wellington Moving that's going to move more people with fewer vehicles. And yet the Courtenay Place traffic resolution is asking for higher turnover of parking, getting more cars through. It's like, why on earth would you do that? We're definitely heading in the other direction. Let's be consistent and keep in mind the policies that you've all agreed to and adopted, and just keep moving forwards instead of going backwards on some of these things. The Brooklyn Hill was not an isolated incident or occurrence. We're seeing this on every single cycleway that's getting designed. Pedestrians are not being included. We want to go for best practice and not go backwards from our mediocre practice currently. Please support the policies that you've already adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blake. Right, we've got Councillors Calvert and Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, and thank you, Alan. With the Brooklyn cycleway proposal, one of the previous speakers suggested that we should go for option C and look at a proper full design. Would you support that, or do you think we should just get on and put something in place and then look at pedestrian improvements as a later stage?
I think we haven't got time or the money to look at things afterwards. We need to be thinking about looking at the whole process at once. Cyclists need good infrastructure, but so do pedestrians and so do bus users. It's not just driving your bus up there, it's getting on and off your bus and having to interact in that horrible shared space, which is definitely not best practice. I think a redesign, I'm not sure about the three options even cover that. So, yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, Alan. And as always, your input is very appreciated. But the report, did you notice that the report did say, I think, maybe not emphasise very much, that the officers would consider improving the pedestrian facilities at the time that they decide on a permanent solution. And I take it you would be very supportive of that.
Oh, absolutely. But we have already given feedback to officers. We've been to the open days. We've done all of that. We weren't invited to the co-design process, so I'm not entirely confident. And having seen what happens in all the other cycleways where pedestrians are not considered, then I'm not entirely confident that there will be any good outcome, or for bus users.
Okay, well, we'll take that on board. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Blake. Really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Right. Mr. Garlick, welcome from Generation Zero. Thanks for joining us.
Kia ora, councillors. Good to speak to you again. I'm speaking to the City Streets Wellington Moving project, and just want to mihi to all the staff that put the hard yards into that project. And my message here today is to back this indicative business case. And it's really good to see that there's a clear majority around the council table for this stuff. And I think that every councillor should be in favour. It's great for the climate, and that's our perspective, because more people have real choices to use low carbon modes. It's great for equity because it gives people cheaper and faster modes to use, to get around. But also it's great for local businesses who'll be able to serve more customers, who all have more money left over at the end of the day because they have cheaper ways to get around. They can get around the city easier. And it's great for all the people and freight that don't want to or can't change to more spatially efficient modes because there's less cars on the road to compete with. And I think this project should be supported by all councillors because it really touches on all the corridors that come into the city and around the city. Every ward is going to benefit from this. Every mode is going to benefit from this. And in that sense, I think it's probably the best Let's Get Wellington Moving project because it's looking at every user and it's giving benefits to everyone. And I know there are some around the council table that have thrown doubt on this, and I sympathise with you because this is there's a lot of change happening very quickly. But I think fundamentally remember that these projects are about space. Right now we give all of our space, nearly all of our space to cars, which at 50 kilometres an hour take up about 150 metres squared of scarce city space due to all the stopping distances they need, and that doesn't even include parking. Walkers take up 5 metres squared, bikes, scooters, bus users take up 15 metres squared. And even if you strip away all the other benefits, fundamentally you can't argue with the laws of geometry. You can't add more cars to our already congested streets. And right now the least climate and space efficient modes have all the space. And so Let's Get Wellington Moving's more people with less vehicles is changing this in practice. That's the fundamentals, the foundations, I might say, of the transport planning in Wellington. So my main message today is to back this business case. No one's happy with Let's Get Wellington Moving. They've been floundering with inaction. Now they're delivering. They're showing real progress. Give them the political capital to do the necessary work in creating the world-class transport system that we deserve, giving people real options to walk, cycle, use micromobility, bus, and making our city accessible and equitable. So thank you. Welcome any questions.
Thank you. Right, we've got questions from councillors Rush and Calvert.
Hey, Marco, how are you? Hey, Marco, just want to get your thoughts on the carbon reductions that are going to be delivered from this package, which are 1,000 tonnes a year, which on current emissions level is 0.001%. Do you find that a little bit unsatisfactory?
Yeah, so I saw that the business case really undersells the changes that are happening. And it says the benefit cost ratio is only 2.4 and the mode shift's only 3.7. And I think that's a trend that we've seen in business cases in New Zealand, is that they really undercook their forecasts for active and public transport. Saw that with the Auckland City Rail Link. Time and time again, those forecasts are shown to be very conservative. And I think fundamentally the business cases are very good at little incremental changes, but are very bad at predicting transformative changes. So I think you can really take those with a grain of salt. And I think that the mode shift will be much higher than is predicted. The carbon reductions will be much higher. And this is just part of a swathe of things that you're doing, right? There's also other improvements in Wellington Moving. There's other things council are doing for industry, for elsewhere in the country. There's agriculture, there's electrifying the vehicles that we have left. So I think this all moves in the right direction. It's prioritizing climate-friendly modes and space-efficient modes. So it gets the tick from me.
Been told off by my 4-year-old.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and nice to see you again, Marco. You made a comment about change happening very quickly, and I appreciate that change, when it does happen quickly, can be a bit concerning to some. But I suppose one of the questions I have of you is, do you think taking 10 years to put a bus lane into Pūroro is good enough? Because if you look at the sequencing, the bus lane to Pūroro doesn't get completed till 2030. Should we be looking at these sort of things being brought forward?
Definitely, yeah. So all of this stuff only goes as fast as the political will that's behind it. And so I think today, if you can send that strong signal to the other Let's Get Wellington Moving partners that anything that can be done quicker should be done quicker, then that makes all the sense in the world. I live in Berhampore, and taking the bus is so slow. Even it's a good bus route, but the bus lanes on Adelaide Road are either non-existent or don't exist for much time. There's nothing outside the hospital. All that stuff could just be changed overnight with a little bit of paint. And so if you want to do those things, I think you need to send strong signals to the rest of the partners in the project and get on with doing them.
Do you have a view of whether that could be done just by Wellington City Council as it is in a number of other transport projects? Should we be thinking about having these still included in the likes of a very large program of work?
Yeah, it's tricky because the Let's Get Wellington Moving structure is not great, but it's what you have. And I think if there's the right people and culture that are driving it, you can make even the worst structures in the world work. I think, I'm not sure. I think you don't want to stand on the toes of any work that's going on with other things, but also if there's things that you can get on quickly, go and do them. But I think if everyone around that Let's Get Wellington Moving table has the political will to do it and can work together, then it will lead to outcomes that are quicker and better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any last questions? Right, thank you, Mr. Garlick. Much appreciated. Have a great day. Thank you. Right, and last but not least, Ms. Clark and Mr. Lucy, welcome to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Sarah Clark toku ingoa no Pōneke hau. I'm speaking as a close affected resident, pedestrian, bus user and occasional car driver.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Richard. I'm speaking in the same vein as a cyclist, as a driver, as a pedestrian, and with background in civil engineering.
So we really don't want to talk too long because we're hoping you might have some questions. We live in the upper part of Brooklyn Road, so our walkway goes directly onto the shared pathway. And really, I have to say, we feel quite unsafe as we exit, and that's probably one of our biggest concerns. There are other aspects of design that we're also quite curious about. So I think from a resident's perspective, we're supportive of encouraging cycling, but it's really got to be a balanced approach. And listening to some of the previous speakers, Catherine Underwood, Alex Gray and Alan Blake, I think they all made very good points. And we would like the discussion to be looking at the whole picture rather than a sense of preferencing any one particular road user. The other issue I'd raise really is around consultation. As residents who have no other means of access other than our footpath, we've lost our parking. So we're now parking on the other side of the road, and we have no other way of getting off the property other than directly onto the footpath. We've experienced a number of occasions where cyclists are coming up. My daughter has been yelled at to move. I've got an older mother, so getting her up and down, she doesn't visit necessarily that frequently, but there is that whole concern of cyclists And I know in the hierarchy of things, part of this is to protect cyclists from trucks and cars, but there's also the consideration of protecting pedestrians from cyclists. The footpath there is so narrow, in fact, that the graphics that are put onto cycleways don't actually fully fit in a couple of places. And with the advent of e-bikes, it means that people are travelling even faster on bikes. Richard.
I'd like to score up most of those points. I'd point out in terms of the safety aspect, I have over dozens of interactions with cyclists coming up our footpath. Not a single one has actually stopped to pass safely. They expect pedestrians to get out of the way. I do have concerns. I do support the idea of cycling in Wellington. I have concerns about this seeming ad hoc approach to slapping one on our hill, which seems to fix a problem that didn't exist. As most respondents have pointed out, there were a few pinch points where the pedestrian refuges were. Other than that, it was pretty good. I have been run over at the top of Willis Street. Oh, not Willis Street, sorry, Victoria Street. That doesn't seem to have been resolved. We've fixed a problem that didn't exist, as I've said. Other than that, I think we mostly support those previous three that Sarah mentioned. They have raised all those issues about pedestrian safety. It seems to be that safety has been moved, cyclists have been removed from conflict with road users and now have additional conflict with pedestrians. The safety aspects don't seem to address the most vulnerable up. They're addressing the, I suppose, the most dangerous down.
And as a bus user as well, so there's a bus stop directly outside on this section of footpath, and certainly over winter, exiting the bus in the dark because it's not well lit. I find myself watching the cycleway as I'm coming up in the bus in order to determine, is it safe to exit? But it only takes one distracted moment again, I think there's a potential for real danger there, which I note was covered in the safety report. So that's any questions from us for us.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Fitzsimons, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Can you just outline what you think's a possible option for that area? Because I think I know the spot you're talking about, and I'm just wondering, in a more permanent design, what your thoughts are about that, the possible solution.
Yeah, I have been thinking about that, and it is quite tricky. The footpath is very narrow, but actually this piece of road is also very narrow. I think when our parking was removed, which was just street parking, I thought that the cycleway was actually going to go on the street, but then it obviously came up onto the footpath. So if you had the cycleway through there, there isn't actually the width in the road. Directly opposite, you have both you have a bus shelter. It's not, the bus stop's not quite there, but you'd actually have to build the road out, I think, into Central Park to get the width.
Pretty much.
Right. Thank you for that. Deputy Murphy.
Yeah, hi, and thank you. It's always useful to hear from people about, particular problems. How many households use your path? And I think I do know where it is. Is it just your household, or is there more than one?
So there's I think that so only our house uses our footpath, but it's a similar scenario for the Jefferson Street walkway. They have a very similar scenario of coming down without great visibility, and that's another one that both I use and my daughters use as well.
Oh, well, thank you for that. We'll see. I'm sure officers will be thinking about whether there are some improvements they can make.
Thank you. And just to all the submitters, yes, depending on what happens today, there will be further engagement. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate public participants coming in tricky circumstances. Right, so we are now going to take a strict 15-minute break, go and stretch your legs, get a coffee, And then we'll be back at 10:45 to hear from participants. Thank you very much, everyone.
Nice te reo.
for whoever's there, I went out to the garden and picked these beautiful spring bulbs to brighten up our day.
Oh, beautiful. Oh,
Yeah.
daffodils, nice.
Yeah, daffodils, freesias, I'm not sure what those ones are called, and these little grape hyacinths that are so cute. Somebody else planted all these things. I'm just a lucky person who gets to pick them.
No, well, start of many flowers from this beautiful fruitful day.
Well, spring actually isn't my favourite time of the year because it's so cold and windy, but the bright spot is the spring bulbs. So, yep.
Kia ora.
People have a good morning tea.
Nice stretch in the sun.
Some coffee.
I left my tea upstairs. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah. Read it. It could be a long day.
It could be a long day, Iona. You're doing really well.
No. Thanks to everyone for being very disciplined and succinct.
That's good. I didn't know we were being that good, but
No, it's good.
we're trying.
And Joe.
It's restraint.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, we're live. It's all right. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Heidi. I said 15 minutes just to give everyone a good break.
It's all right. I liked seeing the flowers of Sarah's.
Yeah.
Hi, Joe.
I've got lots of Daphne out instead.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, I love Daphne. That's my fave, one of my faves.
Yeah. All right, Laurie, pop on round and I can give you some along with lots of jasmine.
I'll stand outside.
Yes,
very good.
I'll leave some for you.
Okay, we've got less than 1 minute and then we'll start. Jill. Malcolm, I'm relying on you. Just remember, got to keep to the time.
Oh, you're still timekeeping, Malcolm.
Good on you. What would I do without Malcolm?
Well, 10 seconds to go.
Good on you.
Am I allowed to drink my coffee on screen?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah,
I won't be offended.
Cheers. Right, quarter two.
Ms. Ford, welcome to you with your petition. Feel free to speak to it now.
Right, Morena and Tēnā koutou. I presume all the councillors have read the petition and so don't need me to read it to them. And rather than me reading this presentation, it would be good if councillors spent 5 minutes at the end reading it themselves. And 5 minutes is less time than people get stuck in congestion from Newtown to the CBD. And it could be the difference between life and death for an ambulance trying to get to an emergency. Next, number 2 slide, crises. As we all know, we're now in COVID lockdown. The last time this happened, loads of people enjoyed cycling on less congested roads, but then stopped when the traffic resumed for fear of safety. The lack of bus lanes also caused congestion as people didn't use the buses and so drove. And the congestion got worse and worse. Next slide, please, Heidi.
Sorry, I can't. Oh, now I can see something. Thank you. Good.
Right. So the next slide shows the video. Basically, this is just showing you what it's like outside the Wellington Hospital at any day, normally at about 3 p.m. till about 6 p.m. I gather there are 4 councillors who want to wait on any decisions to make any changes until we sort out the mass rapid transport. The small changes I'm suggesting will make transport more rapid. Buses will be able to run on time. More people will be able to bike safely. This also reduces risks to pedestrians because the more people that are on buses or bikes means there's less cars on the road, which means less congestion and there's more rapid transport. Next slide, please. These are very small and quick and easy changes to make. Next slide, please. So what I've put here is what I asked in the petition is in white. So I am also saying, well, actually, if you did just a little bit more and they're in yellow, then it could make an even bigger and better difference. So, for instance, extending a clearway all the way to Constable Street intersection in the morning for 2 hours and the evening for 3 would make a huge difference. It would also be better for retailers. Explain that later. The clearway from John Street to Basin Reserve, you've already got the bus lanes in there. All you need to do is extend the times, especially going north in the afternoon. But 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. would be fantastic and would make a big difference. Main Street is a mess, period, except perhaps at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning. I've proposed 2 clearways to make it safer for kids getting to school so that cyclists can actually get to the green boxes and ambulances can get out. It would be better to just have no parking. The clearways on either side of the centre of Kent and Cambridge Terrace. Currently, if you're on a bike, you tend to be on the left. When you get to the embassy, if you're going to the waterfront, you then have to cross 3 lanes of traffic. Coming back, same thing. You'll be on the left. You've then got to cross 3 lanes of traffic to get to Basin Reserve. Yes, there is a pedestrian crossing, but it's totally prioritised to the cars, even when they're stopped in congestion. And so most of the cyclists don't use it. It also holds up pedestrians and you get soaking wet in the rain. So the next slide, why do we need them? This is a key arterial route in and out of the southern and eastern suburbs and the West and Wellington Hospital, which is our biggest employer. The parking around the area means that everything's very congested. It's difficult for ambulances, dangerous for pedestrians and dangerous for cyclists. My observations are that there's minimal retail or residents, ambulances get held up, etc. The changes are really easy. They're cheap. All you need is some coloured paint and some signage. So I'm urging councillors to go hard, go fast, and let's eliminate the congestion in this area. Finished. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Councillor, sorry, I can't see all of you at the moment. Any questions? Councillor Rush.
Yeah, hi, Jill. Nice to see you. I missed the beginning of your present, but I do want to just ask you. So in those photographs, there were dozens and dozens of cars with people in them and buses, not many cyclists. Why do you think people are prepared to travel on those roads in cars, even though they know they'll be stuck in traffic as they go?
I've actually asked some people that very question and it's kind of a vicious circle. They gave up on the buses because of the congestion and the buses didn't get where they were supposed to on time. So if you're going to change from one bus to another and your bus is late and then you miss the next bus. So that is what I've been told why some people have given up on the buses. And I'd like to say, as you councillors probably all know, it is Wellington City Council that puts in the bus lanes, not Metlink. So the bus drivers, I'm sure, would be a lot happier if they could actually travel more efficiently and get to where they need to on time.
We'd all celebrate that, Jill. Thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Jill, for this petition. It's been really useful. And my question is around Main Street, and I'm really glad that you've brought this and identified this as a really big cluster challenge for all users of the street. Just around the school, have you made any observations of how people are actually getting to the school, and particularly for school drop-offs? Is that something that you've considered?
So I actually stood outside the school on a random day from 7:45 until 9 o'clock. I counted the number of people that dropped the children off. There was 24. I then went back through the school and counted over 56 bikes, scooters. Also at the back on Daniel Street, there are 2 drop-off points. So And then the children can very safely, as many do already, walk through the back of St. Anne's and get into Newtown School. There are options, and dropping off your children in Daniel Street causes a hell of a lot less hassle for everybody than dropping them off in Mean Street, because what you end up seeing is people trying to pull out into an already congested street and causing even more problems. So actually it's safer and more effective for parents to actually drop off in Daniel Street. They can get there easily from Wilson Street, and then from Wilson Street they can then get back on to Constable Mean Street if they need to, or just go back home.
Thanks, Jill. I must say I avoid Mean Street at all costs.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you, Jill. I just wanted to ask about your actual experience, because I know you've been riding for an awful long time and you have had collisions with cars. I mean, from your own experience, how scary is this? A car had a collision with you. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. What's my experience? It's definitely got busier. I now, to get from my house in Coromandel Street, I go along down Wilson Street and then Daniel Street, and then cut through the hospital car park onto the green little lane that they've kindly put in the hospital. I then actually, and I confess, I go on the pavement to get round the corner at John Street. I go very slowly. I say, excuse me, and I have never, ever collided with a pedestrian. And then I come out at the next road intersection, because quite frankly, I find that John Street intersection quite scary. Once you've been hit by a vehicle, you know what it feels like, and you tend to be more cautious. And so unless there's hardly any traffic, I don't use John Street except coming back from town, because that's a lot safer, because you don't have to get caught up in all the traffic. So it's definitely got worse. I'm sure traffic counts. I am just gobsmacked that the council hasn't put that bus lane that goes north in from 3 till 6. It, to me, is just a no-brainer, quite frankly. And I'm sure all the bus drivers would be very grateful, as would probably a lot of the car drivers, to be quite honest. And it would also make it a lot safer for people on bikes, because you wouldn't get squashed between the cars that are parked and the cars that are going past you, even though you're probably going faster than they are, and you're not there permanently worried that somebody's going to open their door on you. So yeah, it's definitely got worse. I also think from a safety perspective for the ambulances, it's a nightmare. I've seen ambulances get stuck on Mean Street for two changes of traffic lights. I'd hate to be the person waiting for them to arrive.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Right, we've run out of time now, but do appreciate all the effort that you put into that petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Right. Now, councillors, do you have any questions about this petition? Vida and Hugh are here to answer any questions. Or do you want to say anything, Vida, to it?
Kia ora. No, not in particular. We have given our officers response through the paper. We are looking at particularly the street through our transitional program, and we'll be talking to you about that on the 23rd of September, and how we can create some solutions here which are very much in line with what Jill has proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Just a question really about when we get these petitions, and I raised the question about had we looked at, the demographics, where people who signed the petition were from. This also applies to the following one as well. So, Vida, you may not be able to answer it, I'm not sure, but what sort of checking does the council do on who are signing these petitions? Are they all from Wellington? Are they from the local area or outside the local area? I'm just curious to know why we don't look at that information.
Sorry, I'm not able to answer that. Is this Jen or someone from DEM Services?
So Jen, are you there? Or Heidi, are you able to help there?
I would defer this question to Sean.
Sean. Hi, Sean. Hello. Thank you.
So through our petition process, there are the online petition process we have, there are addresses collected for everybody who signs the petition. We don't publish those for privacy reasons, but the majority of respondents are from Wellington. It's essentially the job of council has been looking at the petition to, take into account, where those people might be from. Yeah, because the petition is essentially the belongs to the petitioner, and officers don't add any additional information to that.
I appreciate that. It's just that when officers are providing a view on the petition, that it would be really useful to understand is, our majority of signatories from Wellington, or if they're from Auckland, it could throw a different light on it. I don't know, but I think it would just be really useful for us to have that information along with officers' feedback on the substantive nature of the petition.
Yeah, we can look at adding the suburbs of people who sign. We'd have to check it'll all work out technically, but I think that should be okay.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Hi, thank you, Jill. Look, I know we've been talking about this for several years, and I do feel your frustration. The officers have said, and this is actually a question for you, Vida, the officers have said in their response that they'll be working on a transitional program solution. I guess my question is what's the time frame might that be?
So we're currently working with Let's Get Wellington Moving and working through some of those details, and that's what will be coming back in September. I can't give any precise timeframes, but the nature of the transitional program is to get things going faster, and it is the budget you have assigned is the first 3 years of the LTP period.
Because I know some solutions we have talked about for a while, Kent and Cambridge and even Main Street taking away some of the parking. So I guess thank you.
Yep.
Great, thank you. That's all. All right, can I have a mover for this petition? Thank you, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, and Councillor Deputy Mayor Free will second this. So firstly, yes, it's my pleasure to move the petition that says we need routes from Newtown to the CBD, safer for cycling and better for people on buses. That couldn't be more in line with our general messaging today, but I do want to acknowledge you, Jill, for all your work on this petition, but also for the general work you do at bringing solutions and ideas to the community and standing by them. Councillor Calvert, I'd like to add that I did have a scan over the petition signers, and I knew many of the names as being local people, so that gave me some comfort. And as we can see by Jill's video or her slides, that traffic is very clogged, particularly down Adelaide Road, and as we discussed on John Street and Main Street in Newtown. And as Mr. Garlick outlined earlier today, is that we need to view the space on our roads differently as opportunities to move more people around our city. And this is exactly what Jill's suggesting. So as our Officer Vida has outlined, we know we're awaiting a transitional plan for the Southern Connections route, and that this petition is in line with officers' thinking. So the outcomes that we're after are reduced congestion, supporting more people on bikes, and giving buses a free run. So I'd also like to thank officers for your enthusiastic response. And it looks like we'll be seeing this as part of the solutions for urban mobility as part of the transitional solution in September. And we've just brought in addition to the substantive, to actually just say that, note that officers' response to create clear ways is consistent with officers' thinking, and that this will be coming back as part of the transitional program. So thank you, Jill, and thank you for your work on the petition.
Thank you.
That's all from me.
Deputy Mayor Free and then Councillor Rush.
I will keep it brief, but just to say that I think people have been waiting a very long time for some improvements on this particular stretch of road. I ride it myself. I know exactly what Jill's referring to with the clogging up of Main Street. That means that if you're on a bike, you can't even get to the front of the queue and you're stuck there trying to balance while cars are kind of squashing you from both sides. It could be so simply made so much better. And I'm disappointed because we have looked at this and somehow it's never quite got to the top of the pile. We've not managed to actually action anything that would make any difference. It is a really real point about the ambulances. I think we owe it to the city to make sure that the exit in and out of the emergency department is unclogged. And if people need to find elsewhere to park, then so be it. There are other solutions for the school, that's for sure. And I have heard actually that, the Health Board is very seriously considering how they're going to manage parking on their on-site because they realise that we do need to use our streets differently. So look, and also Kent and Cambridge Terrace, a very big disappointment to me that we had some solutions we were going to trial and we've been slowed down. So I really think we need to speed this up. Thank you, Jill. All of those suggestions I think are really good. I'm very happy to second this. And I just hope we can get some action. I hope that the transitional program solution is speedily coming. So that's all I need to say.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is probably the most no-brainer place that we put a cycleway. It's flat, and that is the most unusual thing that we have in Wellington. Now, I have been critical, I suppose, of other cycleways. The Brooklyn Hill, I struggle to get up it. Others don't, but this is a real good flat piece of turf that goes all the way out to the beach, and that's the place that I reckon we should be focusing. Mindful, of course, of other road users. Just happy to support.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Could I just quickly add that I'd like to thank the submitter too, just that this is very practical advice, of course, that we should have taken up a long time ago. And thank you, Councillor Foon, for coming up with this amendment. I think it's really important that when we hear a petition that we do show that we've heard it and whether we're going to take action on it or not. So I'm very much looking forward to September when we look at our Refresh Cycleway program and really accelerate on building our network. Do you want to write a reply?
I'm happy to leave it there, but thank Councillor Rush for his support on this one. Thank you. And yeah, once again, thank you, Jill, for your good vision and practical suggestions. Much appreciated.
All right, thank you. So if you could vote now.
So I just can't see the amendment.
Sorry, Heidi, are you able to share it or send it through?
Oh, I got it. Yep.
Okay, great.
Just missing a vote from Councillor Foon. I assume you're in favour. Yes, so that's 16-4. It's carried.
Thank you very much. Right, now the petition on the Berhampore Village upgrade, the petitioner, Mr. Johnston, has not been able to be here today, but he's told us that the petition has been answered to his satisfaction, and he hopes that councillors are able to accept it. So Vida, again, do you have anything that you'd like to comment on?
No, not more than what we have written as officer's response in the paper. If there's any questions to that, I'm of course happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, just the question is, for a petition for the size of Berhampore, I think it was only 118 signatures on it. I mean, are you satisfied that that actually represents the views and the activity being placed on this, of the views of the area?
Yes, so we have worked with the community previously, and we attached the summary of that previous work to the petition. So that is the work that we're proposing to continue, and through that work we tried to reach a broad section of the residents in Berhampore, and so yes, we are.
So are we, second question, whilst we've got the substantive petition, but are we at risk as a council if somebody brings a petition to us with 118 people jumping the queue in terms of some of the other projects that we may need to do around our city?
That's probably a political decision. I will just note that through the LTP process, there was budget assigned to both Berhampore and Island Bay town centres for an upgrade, so that decision was made through the LTP process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Oh, thank you. Look, I just wanted to question you, Vida. One of the statements in the officer response was that the town centre upgrades are therefore no longer integrated into a transport project. And I guess my concern about that would be that some of our earlier discussions, we were talking about cycleways and some other options for bypassing the town potentially, the Berhampore town centre. And I guess I wouldn't necessarily see it as a good thing to forget about the cycling and walking upgrades in the context of what we might be doing.
So we will not be working in silos separately on these projects. It was just previously the budget was incorporated into the cycleways budget. Now those budgets have been separated, so they'll be forwarded as separate projects, but of course very much talking together and working together.
So what you're saying really is the timing of the delivery could be separated from another project, but you would still do the planning. The planning would be integrated.
We'll be working very closely together.
Okay.
So that they can proceed independently, but also can work together.
Okay, thank you. That's reassuring.
Thank you. Any other questions? Right, Councillor Fitzsimons, I understand you're going to be introducing moving the motion.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, I want to thank the petitioner and those who signed the petition. This council hasn't covered itself in glory in discussions about what's happening in Berhampore. We did a very high profile consultation about a Berhampore town upgrade, and then it sort of died a slow death. It has been revived in the LTP, and I think that is particularly important because Berhampore is a special place, but it is in desperate need of an upgrade. And it's got a really strong community there, a very strong business district, who have become incredibly frustrated with this council's consultation that then in action that followed. So I really welcome this petition. Laurie and I have been subject to a fair bit of anger and frustration from the community. So I welcome that this project is now back on track and consistent with the LTP decision, we can actually see some action. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder?
Councillor Foon will second.
Councillor Foon, I'm sure.
Can I just ask Heidi, there were 2 additions sent through to extra recommendations.
Thanks, Councillor Foon. I've got those. I thought you were moving the motion, so I just really quickly took them away when Councillor Fitzsimons started moving the motions.
Sorry,
Fitzsimons, if you're happy to incorporate those,
yeah, we've agreed them. They're just very minor kind of, noting aspects. Yeah, so they don't take away from the fact that these projects will be done in parallel, and no matter what happens with the Let's Get Welly moving and the cycleway work, Berhampore will get its town upgrade, so it won't get caught up again in that process.
Are you happy for me to speak, Madam Chair?
Yes, of course. Go for it.
Great. So yes, I would like to thank the petitioner, the people, the community in Berhampore, and also officers for their response, and also for Councillor Fitzsimon's support in making sure we've kept this on the list. It has been hard to keep pushing it back up there, so it's really great to see officers' response coming through. And Berhampore, yes, very disappointing to hear it called the poster child for near misses, and that's not something I think this council wants to really enable, if you like. But I think this community is a very strong, village-minded, connected community, and it has been in dire need of some traffic calming measures and amenity to help bring it. And as Councillor Fitzsimon outlined, the great little cool businesses that are making Berhampore the new Berlin, making this little town centre something special. So I really look forward to seeing the actions coming from the funding from the LTP happen, and also just want to reiterate in those additional recommendations that the safety issue through the Berhampore Centre is critical, and that whatever we do, we must keep our eye on that. So yes, thank you. Thank you for moving, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just quickly to say, just to echo a couple of points that Councillors Fitzsimons and Foon have made. The first one of those is that when we go and engage with communities, we need to follow up with the action, and sometimes we don't do that. So we've got to be careful that we don't embark on some of these processes and then not want to follow them through in some way or other. And the second point to make is just that I think that in the next couple of months, and obviously there's a discussion which we're going to have very shortly on city streets, but in the next couple of months, I think we will see that integration of thinking around urban planning, around public space design and transport, and all fitting together. So I think I think Berhampore is going to look quite different by the time we've gone through all those, and we're going to need to engage again very closely with that community as we put all these pieces of that puzzle together.
Thank you very much, Councillor Calvert, and then Councillor Rush.
Thank you, and I certainly support an integrated approach to Berhampore. I know several years ago attending some meetings down there, because what was happening was work on a cycleway without taking into account the actual hub of that village area, and wasn't being considered in all of that. So it's good that we can hopefully get an integrated package, but as probably expected, is that just a word of caution. In Pūroro, we've been, it's taking nearly probably close to 4 years to get to upgrade one part of the Pūroro Centre, and the work still hasn't, the sod hasn't still been turned. So, these things do take an extremely long time, and much longer than I think most people expect. And we really need to make sure that if we, as I think one of my colleagues said, it might have been the mayor, but if we start doing this, we need to follow through, and we need to follow through swiftly. And also we need to think about other parts of our city as well. I know Island Bay has suffered quite a bit through the, through the issues around putting cycleways through. But there are other parts of our city that have unsafe areas. And I will just do a call out for Northland. That again has been a community project on the books for the last few years, but has other priorities seem to continually take over from it. And it is quite a busy pathway between the village, the community centre and the school. And that's certainly we need to sort of be following through on areas like that as well. But yeah, enough said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, very happy to support. I think lockdown has again reminded us just how valuable these villages are for our well-being. And I think the future is also, we need to go back to the future and go back to a world where we walk down to the shop and we celebrate with our neighbours the things that are around us, and don't rely on cycleways or cars or buses to some extent. So before becoming an elected member, I was a police community constable, and marvelled at the little gem that was Berhampore, which I'd never been through before. And so I'm thrilled to see that it's going to get some love and attention and fix that traffic jam as well. We have got work ongoing here in Hataitai to fix a difficult intersection. I think the Berhampore one may have even been more deserving, but I'm really pleased to see this work come together. I also endorse what was said by Councillor Calvert. We need to look at all our little centres and start bigging them up.
Thank you. Any other speakers? And look, I think I'll just briefly say I love Berhampore too. It's becoming very upmarket, Councillor Foon. And I think, look, I think Councillor Fitzsimons, your point is well made about delivering on things when we do promise. So I'm sure Councillor Paul and I, in conjunction with the ward councillors, will make sure that this does happen, because it really does deserve it. And obviously, depending on what happens with Let's Get Welly Moving, there's a significant amount of change coming, and we can make it even better. Kia ora. Right, right of reply, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Look, just very briefly to reassure Councillor Calvert that we also got money assigned in the LTP for an upgrade of Island Bay as well. So the best part of Wellington is going to be well upgraded after these decisions.
Thank you. Right, if you could all vote now. Thank you.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. That's great. All right, we're now on to the probably the biggest paper of today. So I'd like to invite Mr. Dunlop to introduce this paper, and Mr. Barker, I understand you're also here to help with some questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlop, for coming in. I'm sure you're very busy.
Kia ora. We're all busy, enjoying lockdown. Welcome everyone. So what I'm going to do is just take you through where we're at with this indicative business case, and I'm also going to, but before I do that, I'll actually talk to just make sure that you're aware that Paul Barker is on the line. So Paul has been leading this business case and done a great job in doing so. So if there's specific technical questions, he's there to support us and answer those questions. So really just a few key points before we take questions. I guess the key point is that this is a significant investment in Wellington, and really key to this is that it actually is about encouraging mode shift to allow us to actually reach our vision and objectives within Let's Get Welly Moving, and link into the mass rapid transit and strategic highways projects for future years. Now, the linkage with that is that this project allows us to cover the wider city network and allow an alternative during construction of those solutions, while also dealing with linkages around walking and cycling. I think the other thing that's really important to bear in mind is City Streets has a key role in driving mode shift. So it's all about moving more people with less vehicles. So the recommended package that we're putting forward as part of this indicative business case is made up of what we're proposing to be 19 projects with a program capital cost of approximately 350 million, and with BCRs of the combined BCR of 2.4, which is significant. And this scale of investment is sort of unprecedented in Wellington, and certainly the most I've seen being proposed to be spent on this kind of treatment in the time that I've been in Wellington for 15 years. The recommended package proposes to treat 50% of the city's central city network and 46% of the public transport network within the Wellington City. It also, the package is set out in tranches, and those tranches are developed in such a way that provide the greatest benefits and ensure that we actually get things constructed ahead of things that have less return, and allow us to integrate with the dependency of MRT and strategic highway investment, and combine in terms of those decisions, provide us flexibility. So in terms of that rollout, we will have an opportunity to revisit that prioritisation once an MRT and SHI decision is made, and that's outlined in the paper. We have also allowed for targeted improvements and what we've also called transitional program improvements. And this allows us to focus on specific needs on specific locations. And this includes certain corridors where the investment is significant and it's down the track, such as Pūroro, where we obviously it is lower down the priority list, but we recognise there's a real need in the now to deal with that. So I'd just like to really remind you that this indicative business case seeks to release the funds to undertake more detailed investigations, which will involve the planning, the assessment, and the engagement and the design. So just to be clear, this is not about approving the actual solutions. It's about allowing us to move to the next phase of business case, which will then allow us to do that engagement. So I'd like to that's all I need to say at this point in time. I'll just hand over for questions.
Wonderful, thank you. So can I just suggest, if people have lots of questions, we have 3 and then you can go back on the list. So Councillor Calvert first.
Thank you. And I've probably got a few questions, but I'll just keep it to the first 2 so to give everybody else a go. Thank you, David. And just talking about Pūroro, because obviously in the indicative business case, you show improved public transport, bus priority lanes, etc., not being actually completed till 2030. And that's in the sequencing. It's included in tranche 10. And for my colleagues, you will see that on page 198 of the agenda. So, but what you're saying is that if we sort of sign a blank check for $350 million now, that you will, that is one of the proposals, is to look at whether you can bring that forward.
Can I be clear? We're not signing a blank check for 350 million. This indicative business case is to provide the approval to go to the next phase, which would then be to look at each of the individual corridors and the business cases associated with those individual corridors. However, the Pūroro corridor is a significant investment, and it has they've all been prioritised based on the level of benefits in which they will achieve, and that Pūroro corridor is down the list. However, what we are saying is that if there are specific locations on that corridor, which we recognise there are, that need to be addressed, and then they can be addressed with this targeted investment in funding.
So can you just clarify, when you say Pūroro is further down the list, how far down the list is it?
Paul, can you confirm the exact where it is on the list? It is in that later half. It's
absolutely. It's a tranche 2 activity, and while we've got them in a priority order, we've really lumped them into those 2. Tranche 1 are those higher importance projects. It's a big focus on its potential to deliver on the growth that we're expecting through the spatial plan. And Pūroro's growth is not proposed to happen over the next 10 years. Other parts of the network, there's significant other investment required in Pūroro to get that growth, and that was part of the reason Pūroro came down the list. The other is the constructability of improvements to that Pūroro corridor, extremely complex. It's the most expensive corridor of those that we looked at. If we combine the 2 corridors from the city to the tunnel and then a tunnel to Pūroro, it's nearly $80 million investment through there. So that again just pushed it down the list. So there's many reasons why other projects came in above it. Not saying it's not important, but there was other projects that we felt that would benefit from that investment quicker.
And Chair, if I can just add one more question just in relation to Pūroro, if you're comfortable with that.
Yes, that's fine.
So we just heard Jill Ford making some suggestions for Newtown and about sort of clear ways and trying to help the buses go more smoothly. And I know Councillor Wolf has raised this 2 or 3 years ago about a potential peak trials down Crawley Road where we could remove parking and let the buses travel more freely during peak times. And I know I myself put that forward as an Innovating Streets project last year. Is there any reason why that sort of work can't be looked at, you know, rather than being included in Let's Get Welly Moving for a big, you know, sort of for a big solution? Is there a means that this council could look at doing something even as an interim, from a staging perspective?
Perhaps I can jump in there, David. Those are the types of projects we absolutely are looking at as part of those targeted improvements. There is a fund set aside to do bus priority improvements with a focus on that Crawley corridor, and that would again provide for those peak time bus lanes if we could provide for them, as well as looking at bus stop rationalisation. All of the things we can do now, what's been termed as the no-brainers that everybody actually can see would make a significant difference now. Let's get in and do them now. Equally, there's a fund to address cycling concerns also in that corridor across the network quickly, and they have been rolled into the 3-year program.
Okay, so yes, Crawley is not one of the no-brainers at the moment.
It is for those targeted improvements. So that's low cost improvements that can be done quickly and expedited over the first 3 years of the program. So again, they've been rolled into that 3-year program. But yeah, low cost, quick return.
Okay. So I wonder whether later on you could expand on that. That would be great separately. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put you back on the list. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. This is a really good paper today. I was just wondering if you could please outline the risks of not sending this paper through today and sort of what that means for early delivery. Like if we do want to get on and follow through, what are the implications for picking this paper apart and delaying things?
Perhaps I can start, Paul, and if there's anything you want to add to it. So the risks of not delivering, I mean, it's obviously in our mind, from Let's Get Welly Moving perspective, it's about paving the way for covering a wide proportion of the city, and it's critical to us achieving our travel demand management outcomes, but also leading in advance to having corridors that reduce the dependence on cars coming into the CBD when we are going forth to construct the projects such as CMRT and strategic highway investment. So in that sense, it is critical, and because it's such a significant program of projects, we want to get on and get that detailed business case work started. And a rolling so that we can roll it out, and it's all linked to resources and the scale of the program. Anything else, Paul? You want to add?
Just remembering, yeah, we've got the first places we wish to start with these targeted improvements I spoke about for both buses and bikes and safety, as well as we want to get started with the projects in Johnsonville and the Bowen Street corridor. So we think we can start those now. The decisions that are going to be taken by the rest of the program around MRT and strategic highway, they're not dependent on those. So by approving the business case, we're actually able to start some stuff, get it underway. We'll have to pause the rest of the program until we do understand its integration, but there is parts of the program that we can get on with now. So approving IBC today will allow us to start that as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you. And can I just confirm that looking into things like MRT and highway investments cannot be done without looking at travel demand management, and this kind of business case has to come before any of those other things, like it has to happen?
I wouldn't say it has to happen. I think it's a major benefit in doing it, in delivering it. And there will, as the projects develop, there will be a component within each of these corridors that we look at and how they integrate with the wider program.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Rush.
Hey, Dave, good to see you. Thanks very much. I've really enjoyed your skill since you've come onto the team, so much appreciated. Some of the concerns that I've heard from businesses across the city are that they're broadly supportive, but just simply haven't had enough of a discussion with how it's going to affect them, given that this is quite citywide. Do you just want to comment on that and maybe how we might mitigate those concerns?
Yeah, completely. So yeah, we haven't had a detailed discussion about it because largely that detail hasn't been developed up yet. So that will be the next phase where we go into looking at the detail of the solutions. We look at, we engage both with the businesses, but also the communities to make sure that we are coming up with the right solutions that meet the needs of the both the program, but also their expectations and the actual economic conditions locally. So, I mean, there's no doubting, as Paul pointed out when we did the joint councillor briefing, there will be some impact on people, but we would need to work with those people and businesses to make sure that that we can manage that impact and recognise that in actual fact, and by enhancing and improving accessibility to these communities and these areas actually provides benefit in itself.
Okay, that's really reassuring. Thanks, Dave. Second question is that having worked on major projects myself, and I'm used to sequencing the release of funds in tranches. So, you know, this project is set up with tranche 1, tranche 2, and tranche 2 will bring in those bigger packages. Why do we need to approve the full value of 350 million today for tranche 1 and tranche 2? Could we simply approve tranche 1, so to get you guys on the road, but leave the bigger discussions when we've got the full context of the bigger packages?
Perhaps I'll just bring you back to the discussion we had at the start, which was that we're not approving the 350 million, just to be clear. All we're approving is the money to do the investigation for the 19 corridors, at which point each of those corridors will come back in accordance with our agreement with the funding agreement, that come back to council for approval. So there won't be a position where, you know, we're approving the tranche, the whole lot. We are approving the investigation for the whole lot. However, within that, we've also recommended that after we've finished tranche 1 and once the decisions are made on MRT and SHI, that we actually need to review the sequencing of the entire package. So it provides a lot of flexibility within it, is the idea.
Okay, so I am a little bit confused, Dave, and I don't know if you were involved, but the recommendation, which is number 2, says approve the LGWM City Streets indicative business case, which contains all seeing tranche 1, tranche 2, all the costs and so forth. So, I mean, what I'm hearing from you is exactly where I want to be, which is we're going through the next phase, and so I'm just a little bit confused as to why officers have recommended that we approve the whole business case. Am I reading too much into the whole thing?
I guess it's just the business case process is structured in such a way that you have a number of stage gates that you go through, and this is essentially the first gateway to release the funds to do that detailed work to do the next phase. So that's Paul, is there anything further you want to add to that point?
Yeah, look, it'd be difficult to pull stuff out of the business case now because we'd have to back out all the benefits associated with that, and it's quite a rewrite of the business case if we only did half a business case, you know, or half the projects through. So by approving the 19, the full package of city streets, that gets it in, and that's done. That's now parked. And as David had said, the individual projects will come through. We've got this gate that we've set ourselves. There's a gate to go between tranche 1 and tranche 2. And we've signalled that would be an opportunity for the program just to review how things have gone to that point, because we fully expect that by the time we get to the end of tranche 1, that potentially half of the projects in the City Streets corridor may have been taken over by mass transit strategic highway. Now, if that's the case, that's going to free up a lot more funding to enable us to do this tranche 2, including the likes of Pūroro, and be able to do those. So that would be a bit of a reset. By approving the business case, I mean, I was sort of assuming that let's get going to moving forward decision as to the refresh of the tranche 2 activities, but that would be done in consultation back with the 3 partners. It's just whether it requires a formal approval from the 3 partners or whether it's just in consultation with yourselves.
Okay, they're my 3 questions. I'll hopefully get back in. Cheers. Thanks, Paul.
I'll put you back on the list.
Thanks.
All right, we've now got councillors Condi, Paul and Day.
Kia ora, team. Thank you. In the business case, it talks about one of the opportunities for city streets being that if we can get these projects up and running earlier, it might make it easier during the construction of MRT and the strategic highways projects. Can you just kind of unpack that a little bit more for us about how that could actually work out to have an advantage to have some of these city streets projects starting,
okay,
as soon as we can?
Do you want me to do it, Paul? I mean, so essentially, what I think I'd sort of mentioned this before. Obviously, the more mode shift we can get, the earlier, the better in terms of the impact that it's going to have when we're doing major construction works within the city. So the idea would be that the greatest priority would be on the corridors that are adjacent to the MRT NSHI corridor, which means that there'll be an alternative to that corridor in which to run traffic, run buses and walking and cycling down those corridors. So that provides that benefit there. But while also, the more coverage we've got across the system, the actual less trips that are coming in via car on the network where we're undergoing a lot of work, such as on the quays. So that would be my take on that. Does that answer your question?
Sure does. Thank you. That was all from me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paul.
Oh, kia ora kōrua. I was just wondering, this is more of a Wellington City Council question. Just given that we own 1/3 of shares in the airport, I just wondered what conversations were going on with them, given their public stances that they're taking on the project and how harmful they are to the reputation of that project.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Liam here. I think it's probably hard for Dave to answer that question, and indeed Paul. And look, no direct conversations I'm aware of at executive level at this point in time, and would have to report back, Councillor, with any advice on any conversations whatsoever regarding that comment.
Yeah, I probably can't add much to that, although what I can clarify is that we are having meetings with Progress Wellington on a schedule for the 7th of September. So we were trying to arrange something earlier, but unfortunately due to people's diaries, we haven't been able to do that. But we have had ongoing discussions with the airport and with Chamber of Commerce on the program, and we continue to have those discussions.
Any more? That's fine. Okay, lovely. Councillor Day.
Kia ora. Thank you. I found this paper really helpful in the business case. It's really good. My question is what the implications would be of bringing this program back into Wellington City Council, which has been floated around over the last couple of days. What would be the implications for that? Capacity, financial, that sort of thing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you some from a program perspective. I mean, the beauty of having it delivered as part of Let's Get Wellington Moving is that it provides that integration between all the other components, and we are working very hard to make sure it is integrated in its delivery. So that would be an important component within that. I think also it's important for Let's Get Wellington Moving, given it's been delivered to date under that banner, to get on and deliver some of these things. And as we've highlighted, this is part of the 3-year program of delivery. 2 projects within it form part of that, as well as the tactical improvements. So, it's all about proving to Wellington that, we are really doing stuff and getting on and delivering it. So that would be my take on it. I mean, there's the usual resource issues and the likes, but perhaps Paul might be better placed to, or Liam might be better placed to have a view on that from Wellington City's perspective.
Were you going to comment, Liam?
Yeah, thanks. Look, Paul, I think you've got the handle on the numbers and the detail here, but I think the other point to make, councillors, is the impact on the funding and the arrangements we currently have. But I'll hand it over to Paul. More broadly speaking, councillors, it would be very unhelpful at this point in time, both in a partnership sense and
the intricate nature of these projects, that they would depart at this point in time. I think we need to be patient and wait for the September-October consultation, and then in the new year revisit any formal refresh of the program in that context. But Paul, can you talk just quickly on the funding matter?
Yeah, so in the current funding and partnership agreement, funding for the next phase, which is what we're asking approval for, which is, the business case would then start the planning. That's done at the agreed split, and I think I can share that. That's the 60-20-20 split. So that's in terms of council's investment, 20% towards the planning of that. If we were to bring it in-house, it would be done under our normal financial assistance rate of 51 to 49%. So we'd be paying significantly more for the planning component of this. Equally, there's no guarantee that the Waka Kotahi subsidy of their 51% would come to Wellington City if we were trying to do this outside of Let's Get Wellington Moving. Given that Let's Get Wellington Moving has now got prominence, it's a named project in the GPS on transport. So it gets that higher status, and that's the trigger to make it happen. If we were to apply for funding, we'd be competing with all the other types of projects or similar types of projects throughout the country as to why we would get funding in Wellington City to do these and not other projects. So we run the risk of getting, well, first off, there'd be less subsidy for the planning, and there may be, in fact, no subsidy whatsoever, and we would have to do it all ratepayer funded. So quite a significant challenge if to be brought in the house. The resourcing side of it, look, we're going to have to resource up regardless, whether it's the program resourcing up or the council resourcing up. So I don't think that's a big challenge. There's limited resources around. They would just transfer across.
Yeah. And so it feels like that would be like starting again from what you're saying, that previous comment that if we took it back in, we'd have to go back to the bottom of the list and apply.
Potentially. I don't want to scare you off on that, but we haven't asked those questions, so I'm sort of second guessing myself. Yeah.
It's a bit of a risk. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other first time questions? Okay, so I've got a few. Look, it's looking really good. 350 million, as you say, Mr. Dunlop, unprecedented. It's fantastic. So the first quick question, I presume we've had Living Streets Aotearoa in this morning, that we will really work hard to get it right for walkers who are at the top of the transport hierarchy. Yep.
100%. Yep.
Great. Now, look, you won't be surprised. I am a bit disappointed by the emission cuts and the mode shift. It still seems pretty modest if we're really going for that, that transformation. Can you just talk about how you got to those emission numbers?
Do you want to talk to that, Paul? I mean, at a high level,
I appreciate.
Yeah, it is a technical issue. However, at a high level, I think it's fair to say, Councillor, that this has been done, using network-wide analysis, and it hasn't got detailed analysis of specifics. And that's what the next phase of the project will do. And the program, in addition to that, is doing a lot of work on specifics around carbon and also mode shift. So that's where the more detailed modelling and the detailed analysis will occur. Paul, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Look, it was probably a bit of a conservative approach. Remembering the cycle network that's been provided in here is just the core strategic network. So it actually has to be complemented with the proposed city council network. That would, if that was delivered as well, we would see a significant shift in bikes. Just a cycleway along those key corridors isn't going to do a huge amount. It's going to do a hell of a lot, but it's not going to get everybody. So we need to have a complete network. The shift towards public transport gets part of it, but remembering that at the same time it's going to be quite easy to drive your car in a lot of these places. So the projects that come on as part of mass rapid transit, some of the changes expected out of the TDM program, they would all add benefits. So it's going to ramp up. The city streets will play an important part, but when it's put into the whole system change that we're expecting across the whole program, that's when we start to see those really significant changes in carbon reduction.
Sorry, you cut out a bit there. So look, I moved an amendment in 2019 to really front load those emission cuts in the first 10 years, given that we've really got till 2030 to make some significant progress. So can you give me some reassurance that, you know, by that time that we will have made those cuts? Because I keep seeing points about multimodal, which sort of doesn't fill my heart with joy, because it's just often, oh, here we go again. It's just more cars and clear. It looks like you still want to build tunnels. So are we going to get there by 2030 that we'll be able to say to the city, look, we've made a really big shift?
I mean, my view, Councillor, is that this is a major part of that. And when we talk about multimodal, I mean, obviously, as you're well aware, I mean, the vision for the program is all about moving more people with less vehicles. And we have now key objectives, which are very focused on that mode shift and carbon reduction. So, and all the work that's going on currently and will continue to go on in subsequent phases of this business case and the 19 corridors will assess against those objectives to ensure that we're actually achieving that. So I guess in short, if we didn't do it, we'd be in a worse position, in my mind, a lot worse.
That's great. Thank you so much for all your work. Right, Deputy Mayor Free and then Councillor Calvert and Councillor Rush.
Yeah, I guess my question's probably been more or less answered, because I was going to ask if we were taking a broad enough view of the carbon reduction, because remembering this is going to have impacts globally, regionally, in terms of people being more prepared to take public transport to come into our city because it's going to be more convenient from the point where they arrive to the ultimate destination they want to get to. And if you think also about all the other things, but I think it was probably answered by Paul saying that the estimates are on the conservative side.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. One of the comments, I think David, or might have been you, Paul, I can't remember who said it, but there was a risk of taking anything out of this indicative business case. But was it not a risk putting so much stuff in and essentially becoming an omnibus of projects?
Do you want to answer that one, Paul? I mean, I think Paul was alluding to the risk is that where we're at with the business case, we've done the work. We've got to this point. If we start chopping and changing with sorry, I don't know what happened there. If we start chopping and changing the projects now, there is a risk in terms of the whole delay and how it was developed up as a program. So there were more corridors considered, weren't there, Paul? And they haven't been in this mix, so it's been a wider consideration.
Yeah, look, and we were guided, I guess, from the program business case that identified the size of this program at 350 million was thought to be about the right size project. It could have been more, it could have been less, but that was the guidance we took from the program business case. So the challenge for this IBC was how to best invest that 350 million, or how to best allocate it. And we believe that the IBC in front of you seeking approval today is the best way across that network to invest that funding to get our best return on that investment.
One of the, in the paper in paragraph 12, the focus of the LGM program is from Naranga Gorge to Miramar, including Central City, the Wellington Urban Motorway, access to the port, and connections to Wellington Hospital and the airport. Right. Now, sorry, I'm going to move back to Karori, but it almost seems, has this been added in as an additional piece of work? And why could that not be dealt with similar to how we're doing the Brooklyn Hill, be a standalone project in itself?
So you remember in the December 2019, the council, or both the City Council and the Regional Council, approved the paper on the Bus Priority Action Plan. The Bus Priority Action Plan identified the need to do improvements in the Johnsonville Triangle, Naranga Gorge, and Karori corridor coming into the city, and they were thought to be significant parts of that Bus Priority Action Plan. In giving approval to the action plan, both councils also agreed to fold the activities that come from the action plan into city streets. And so Let's Get Wellington Moving program picked the Bus Priority Action Plan up and put it in addition to the original focus of Let's Get Wellington Moving. And so it was added in there, hence expanding the scope.
Look, I hear that Minister Wood, Minister of Transport, has taken a particular keen interest in this Karori bit. Is that, has he requested that to make sure that that is in there?
I think there's an interest politically, full stop, on that Karori corridor. It's carrying a lot of people, and it's an important corridor. There's no doubting that. And that's why we've made a particular mention around the targeted improvements and the fact that we do need to do something in that corridor. So yeah, look, I think it's fair to say that there is interest in that corridor, understandably.
Yeah.
It's an important public transport and walking cycling corridor.
So what's your view if this council decided to pull the Karori or transitional improvements, however you want to define it, out of this business case and actually get on and do it more swiftly?
I think we've probably covered that question earlier, but I mean, my view would be that we are this indicative business case has been done collectively, and if you start saying, well, you know, you wanted to bring that whole Karori corridor, which I'm not sure that's your question, out, then that would put it in risk, because essentially we Waka Kotahi would probably look at that and say, well, you're investing in something that's quite significant before there's other benefits to be had elsewhere that are greater. As Paul had alluded to earlier. But as for the tactical improvements, I mean, they haven't been defined. So it's all about us looking at where they should be and the best bang for your buck in terms of those investments.
Okay. So can you just clarify paragraph 70 of the paper? It talks about the first 3 years of the spend is only 42.8 million. When I questioned that, advice came back, actually the first 3 years is 81.71 million. So I'm just trying to reconcile those two different figures. So why would one paragraph say that and then somewhere else within the indicative, in the actual business case, refer to 81.71 million?
Paul, do you know that the difference in numbers? I'm looking at table 73.
It's the next phase. So the 42 is the planning phase. I'm guessing that because
it is about that from memory. You're correct.
Yep. And the other is the capital improvements, the actual the delivery side of it.
And the delivery associated with the Bowen Street tactical improvements and the Johnsonville work within the 3-year window.
Okay, so it's $81 million with planning work and delivering Bowen Street and Johnsonville improvements.
That's right. But the approval, you know, by approving this today, we'll get on with $42 million worth of work. We would need to come back and seek approval for the balance, because that's the construction. So that would happen after those business cases.
Okay.
So
all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Thanks. Look, David, just one question, and that just follows up from Councillor Rush's question. Would it be useful just to insert another clause in there saying, look, we approve the business case, and then just to say this indicative business case, there's a whole lot more work that's going to follow on from that. The details on individual component parts will come, you know, will go through their own engagement, design engagement, etc. processes, that kind of thing. Would that be helpful?
I mean, that's the process that we do follow, yes. And that's what's proposed. And I think even in the diagram we've got in here, Paul, there's shows the level of engagement and where the engagement happens in the actual figure. I can't remember what section it's in.
It's It's in the IBC document itself, isn't it?
Oh, is it in the document itself? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I may be just asking that we note the processes that are, you know, the subsequent processes that are described in, you know, that part of the document, and you know, so that people, obviously, Councillor Rush was a bit concerned about that, and maybe we, you know, there might be other people that fix that up to say this is not just sign it off. And I've heard the word blank check used, that it's not just signing it off and saying blank check, off you go and do this, and we're never going to see it again.
It goes back to the memoranda between the three partners of how you approve and release funds for all these different components. So it's actually a fundamental part of that document. as to what the program is required to do for each component. It's not just for city streets. You'll find that the projects on Golden Mile, Thornton Quay, whether it's travel management, MRT, they will all come back at the various phases for business case approval back to the three partners.
Yeah,
so this is not different from any of those.
No, the point that I'm making there is that there is a subsequent decision process to be made as each of these projects come in, and if that makes people more comfortable, if we insert that sort of a clause in there, then we just pick it up from the paper and do that. You're happy with that?
Yeah. It's not unhelpful. Yeah.
Cool.
No.
Okay, thanks. Not unhelpful.
Kind
of language I use.
Supporting information, it does refer specifically about that in the back of the paper.
Yeah.
So,
cool.
So Mayor Foster, if you wish to move that as an amendment, you can, and you'll have to seek the leave of your colleagues to just have it.
Yeah. Well, we'll work on that. What's our break time plan? Because I suspect
we might
we'll be breaking before we get to the beginning of the paper, will we?
So we've got questions from Councillor Rush and Condi. Anyone else? Because then we can get the paper introduced.
Okay. Well, I'll work quickly in the next couple of minutes.
Right. Okay, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, this is really important. So get it right, Your Worship. Dave, again. So where the paper talks about going directly to an SSBC. Now, I looked up the definition of SSBC, and that's an IBC and a detailed business case. So if we approve this IBC today, does that mean you and your team can approve or go ahead, develop and implement the SSBC without reference back to the partners?
When you say we can definitely go to, assuming this is approved and it's approved by Greater Wellington Regional Council and the Waka Kotahi Board, then we can go on to developing up what we're classifying as the single stage business case, which is essentially the detailed business case, because we've done a lot of this work in the indicative phase of this component. But what we're wanting, why we called it a single stage business case, is because it's narrowing it down to each individual corridor, and we want to just cover the whole process and lump it in one and deal with it so that it's signed off. So what you're essentially approving is for us to go into that phase and then do that investigation, carry out the engagement that is associated with it, and then at the end of that phase there'll be a number of you will look at all the options and we'll come back to the councils for approval of that single stage business case, which will then take us through to detailed design funding and implementation.
Can I just be absolutely clear, because that's a very critical thing. So you'll come back for approval for the SSBC before it gets implemented, right?
Before it gets implemented, 100%.
And okay, so what's the sort of schedule do you think that might, when that might be? Will that be before or after we receive the second packages or the large packages?
So Councillor, there's not one single stage business case. There'll be 19 of
19.
So each of these corridors has its own one, and they will be running one after the other as we keep going.
Yeah. All right. So it's a bit. Sorry, I thought I was going to be okay. So, Paul, maybe a question for you. I mean, this approval that we have in front of us today is very, very broad, much broader than what I'm hearing Dave needs to go about his business. Can officers provide some drafting to be able to provide a recommendation that allows David to go ahead with the team to get on with this project that we all want, but gives us sufficient certainty that we'll come back for an approval once we've got those other business cases?
Well, that comes back to Mayor Foster's comment asking that that things are brought back. That is the understanding of the way the partnership agreement is written, is that individual projects at the various hurdles that needs to go through. So the end of each of the business cases will require partner approval. So that is absolutely part of the agreement that you and the program are working.
It should be part of the recommendation that we're approving today, though.
Yeah,
Paul. I'm very nervous.
Thanks, Paul, and thanks, Councillor. We're just going to draft something quickly for you, Councillor, and with the leave of the chair, we'll come back with some words.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'll just say though, it's very clear in the business case that you will come back. So I I would like to debate that, just because I don't think we should be making unnecessary amendments. Right, Councillor Rush, have you finished for now? Yep. Okay, Councillor Young,
Yes.
you haven't asked a question yet.
So my question is really one that's just come into me from a member of the public, just saying, who are the main drivers and shapers of these initiatives? Is it staff at Let's Get Wellington Moving? Is it the regional council? I mean, who actually comes up with these ideas?
It's the program and all the inputs from. So we have inputs from obviously initially from setting our vision and our objectives. Came from approximately 10,000 people contributed to that. So there's been a lot of people shaping and pushing the direction for this program. And then obviously what we've done is taken that information and developed up our the wider program, which is all of the projects and how they all fit together. And then what we've taken is this specific project in its totality and looked at all the different city streets corridors and identified which ones are the greatest priority within that. And then what we will do, as we've outlined with Councillor Rush and the Mayor, is we will come back to the local communities and the local businesses and the likes to talk about the specifics of each of them. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah.
Perhaps
10,000 people sounds like a committee designing a horse.
No, look, the fundamental part of when we set up City Streets was taking that bus priority action plan that had recently been approved by both councils. And so that was a starting point, along with the strategic cycle network, and that sort of set about where these projects were to go, and that started our look. The bulk of the work for this business case was undertaken by officers of the City Council. So rather than using a horde of consultants, we brought it back into the City Council, and they provide the resource to drive this, along with some consultant resource.
So then, who decides that that doing the streets now, knowing they may have to be redone, is a higher priority than getting the traffic out of the central city?
That was worked through in the business case. There is a way of working through that, and we have given through the way we've assessed each of those corridors against each other and delivered it in this order of projects and the schedule that I've got them.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Courtenay.
There we go. Thank you. Just to follow up on that comment, Councillor Young just said something about that streets would need to be redone, but can you just confirm that that's not the intention here? The idea is that streets that don't overlap with MRT or strategic highway improvements, those are the ones that we're going forward with initially, because we know they won't have to be redone. And those other ones we're waiting to then make sure that we don't, duplicate things. Can you just clarify that for me, please?
You want to go, David?
Yeah, I can go. So undoubtedly, we don't want to limit any undoing of anything. However, there are some corridors that we know are hugely important and hugely valuable in terms of demands and mode shift that we may need to invest in the short term, and that short term benefit will justify the fact that it might be adapted in the future. Say, for example, the Adelaide Road corridor is critical to both walking, cycling, and public transport. And if there's justification for putting something in the short term, which we are working in conjunction with the cycleway work and looking at how we can, deliver something in the short term on that corridor before such time as a decision, irrespective of the decision, before it's actually implemented for mass rapid transit, for example.
Well, I'm assuming where we would put in those kind of transition measures, the idea that they would be fairly light touch, so that, we're not doing a whole bunch of construction, concrete, digging streets up and then coming back a few years later and doing the same thing all over again.
100%.
We certainly have to understand the benefits of any of those interim improvements and how long they were likely to be there for.
Yeah, correct.
Thanks. I just wanted to get a bit more of understanding about these. So, today we're approving this kind of umbrella business case that will give you the go-ahead to do 19 more business cases. And if there was ever a more "let's get Wellington moving" sentence than that, I don't think there ever was. What's actually included in those 19 more business cases? Does that include detailed design, or do we then do kind of, for each of those projects, will we do a business case that then unlocks funding, that then has a detailed design process, that then has a traffic resolution process? Can you just unpack and get to each, what will each one of those whole processes look like from now until it's on the street?
And so we've tried to set that out in the methodology in the IBC. The expectation in approving the single stage business case that comes back to you, so at the next stage, is that it would include the traffic resolution to give it effect on the ground. So we engage with the community, so whether it's the first project being Bowen Street, so we would do enough design work at a high enough level, at a detailed enough level, to enable us to create a traffic resolution to enable that. We would consult on whether we ought to do this work on Bowen Street or not, and with the traffic resolution as part of that. We would then bring that business case back with all the benefits, the costs, and the traffic resolution for approval. Of course, Wellington City approves the traffic resolution and would approve the business case, while the other two partners only approve the business case component of it. If the three partners approve the business case, City Council approve the traffic resolution, we would then move to construction drawings. But hopefully the design is at such a level that that things don't change significantly when we move to that stage. And then once we've done the construction drawings, we get approval again for construction itself.
So each business case, essentially, the business case will include kind of detailed design and a traffic resolution, and we'll kind of have that as a package.
So just be careful about detailed design. It will include a concept design with enough detail. So it's not a high level concept. It would have to be a pretty detailed concept plan, but it's not the detailed design for construction. That's a separate phase. So it's a pretty detailed concept plan, yes.
But enough detail that we would be able to do the traffic resolution for.
Absolutely.
So that's quite a lot of detail. And I assume that in developing that relatively high detailed design and the traffic resolution, there would be pre-engagement with businesses around that area.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
It would go up for full consultation. Can you talk about?
Yep, and so in all of our the presentations we've provided, written into the business case and the methodology, absolutely has that engagement as the forefront. And I've made that really clear, actually. I think even in the committee paper, that going forward, that stakeholder engagement, community engagement is going to be at the forefront of these 19 projects when they start. Each one will have its own dedicated comms engagement plan, and that's going to be absolutely crucial to make sure that we can get that approval at the end of that planning phase, and even more crucial that it's in place so that when we start the construction, everybody's well informed, understands what it is we're doing and why we're doing it.
Yeah. So the intention then is that, for example, the Bowen Street one, if we were talking about that we would do pre-engagement during that design phase with all of the businesses who are around that stretch of road. They would have chance to input into all of that, which would then lead to us doing up a traffic resolution and then go into formal public consultation.
Yeah, look, I haven't worked through the details of what that comms engagement plan would look like, but certainly an opportunity for people to be aware that it's there and feed in as necessary. That would be the case.
I think we could use the Courtenay Hut Road and as one way of doing it, where we sort of, we combined it through that engagement process. However, that does not mean that it's a hard and fast rule that we'd apply to every single one. I think there would be, no matter what, there's engagement that has to occur, and it would be making the decision as to whether it happens as part of the SSBC for the traffic order process or later, at a later date, depending on the level of detail that's needed.
Right, and I assume that we've got some work going on, kind of lessons learned from how that Courtenay Hut Road went, so that moving forward we can keep improving every time.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Right, a few of you have been very disciplined and haven't asked questions. You don't want to ask any? You don't have to, but you're most welcome to. No? All right, okay, Deputy Mayor Free and then Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I guess I've been interested in the conversation about whether you can just do bits and pieces of this or whether you have to think of this as a complete package to get the kind of big outcomes that we're looking for. Do you have any comment on that?
You can totally do bits and pieces of it. However, if we're really serious about achieving our vision and our objectives and trying to get a city that's less reliant on motor vehicles and achieve our carbon outcomes, then really what we want to be doing is achieving the full suite of corridors, treatments. But yes, we can do individual components. However, yes, I said, it's really about trying to deliver a full program in one hit over a 10-year period.
And my other question is, given that the region, through the Regional Transport Committee and through Greater Wellington and ourselves, we aspire to a 40% mode shift by 2030. How much attention has been given in the modelling to the ability to actually create uplift in mode shift? How has that been factored into the thinking? Not just the present patronage, but the future patronage that you might get. How's that been factored into the business case? And I guess it's a poor question. Yeah.
I mean, and that's absolutely a big part, certainly around the public transport. There's some big benefits to be had by moving the existing bus passengers more efficiently. So if we can move them in a quicker way or a more efficient way, we can calculate some benefits from that. But the big gain that we're going to get dollar-wise for our investment to offset the cost is by getting more passengers and increasing the mode share for buses. Now, we need to do that by making public transport more attractive, and that more attractive is more around reliability. So that was, if we go back to the Bus Priority Action Plan, it was that those two triggers of both reliability and efficiency. And so, yeah, we think people we know that people would catch a bus if it was more reliable, if they could guarantee that that it was going to turn up on time and it was going to get to their destination on time. We're not as worried about it going faster, but reliability is the big trigger for people to change modes. Even better if we can go more efficiently. So by providing bus lanes where passengers can be seen to be going past long lines of parked cars, parked in those traffic lanes, waiting to get to the city, even more to push for the uptake. We're looking at quite considerable uptake in buses through this package, and we're able to monetize that and use that to offset the cost, hence the BCR of 2.4. So it's a really good package to invest in because of that mode change.
Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thanks. Look, just in terms of peer review and assurance review around this business case, and I note that you've said it was reviewed in June. What was the scope? Was that did the scope of the review also include looking at the BCR results?
Sure, it did, didn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm certain it did.
Yep.
The complete.
So can you outline just very briefly what was the summary of that feedback? Because of course we haven't seen that peer review by all accounts, unless it's in the document somewhere.
No, it's not. Look, we can get a summary of that, but it was very supportive of the approach. I've said to you in the briefing that we gave to the Joint Council a fortnight ago that we took a very novel approach to our methodology for this package. It took a wee while to get our heads around how we best manage this multimodal project across the network. Again, the peer reviewer has commented that it was a very novel approach, but has absolutely endorsed that the approach is delivering the right type of outcomes. So that was the first big tick, and then has gone through in quite considerable detail, chapter by chapter, providing feedback on various aspects of the IBC. And some of those are just editorial changes, and we've made those changes, and then we've reported back to the program leadership team within Let's Get Wellington Moving, where there was a difference of opinion between the project team and peer reviewer, but generally we've supported all of the comments that the peer reviewer has provided. Again, it was a good endorsement.
Thank you. You can sometimes interpret novel meaning other things, such as unusual. Just the other thing is, and you're talking about consultation, and you're talking about potentially using how you went about consultation engagement around Thorndon Quay as a starting point for these next projects. And also what lessons had been learned. Are you able to outline what lessons you learned from the Thorndon Quay consultation?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing probably, Councillor, is the importance of working with the businesses and the community, and also allowance of time. Time's an important factor, so that they are key lessons. We don't underestimate the amount of effort that needs to go into this engagement process for each of the corridors, and as Paul said, the engagement plan for each corridor will look at that and learn from the lessons that have occurred both on Golden Mile and on Thorndon Quay Hut Road, as approaches to how we do things better going forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Hi, back Dave. How are you? Okay, so paragraph 80 of the report talks about the proposal for MRT SH1 to be published later this year, seeking wider community feedback. So, and I have heard, I think from one of the officers anyway, October might be about the right time. So is there a mature draft of a consultation document that might be shared, or at least somehow affirmed as being around?
So when you say document, in what context do you mean by document?
Well, I'm saying, Dave, that the officer's paper tells us that there's a proposal to go to the community later this year, which, and I'm told October. So I'm expecting that draft has been worked up all year into various, through various authors and peer review and so forth. So do you know what draft we're on at the moment?
Well, okay, in terms of drafts, I mean, so we're working on the indicative business case for what is now a combined program of works, okay? And that combined program of works includes the MRT, the strategic highway improvements, and also looking at travel demand management measures. So that's what we will be engaging on. We won't be engaging on one outcome. We'll be engaging on a number of different options, and we have proposed that that there'll be briefings with councillors in advance of that, both to outline the process in which we've followed and how it's been formulated, and then closer to the time of engagement, the detail around the specifics of those options. Does that answer your question?
Well,
there's a lot of technical work in the background.
I was asking if there was a document that was in mature draft, and I expect the answer is yes. Then I did ask, could it be shared, expecting the answer to be no, and Rebecca laughed at me, I could tell, which is fine. I mean, I just, Dave, it won't surprise anyone is that I'm just very concerned that we're going to sanction $350 million worth of work, which are
on Iona.
I'm just trying to ask.
No, Councillor Rush, you've had a number of questions and you will soon have a chance to debate. So can we get to a succinct question?
When are we going to have certainty that the main packages are going to be, will be, or evidence that the main packages will be presented to the council?
So the main packages will definitely be presented to the council. That's the plan. Unless there's major issues with something that happens through the process in terms of approvals through the governance board and the likes, then there's no reason why they wouldn't be presented to council and the public later this year, as outlined.
Thanks, Dave. Really appreciate it. Councillor Paul.
Okay, well, thank you very much, councillors, for your thorough questions. So, Mayor Foster, as discussed yesterday, we're going to have quite short and succinct speeches. We've still got a way to go. So would you like to introduce, and then we'll have lunch? Thank you.
Right, very happy to do that. And there is an amendment which I think has been sent through to just pick up that the question effectively raised by Councillors Brush and I think Calvert about that this is a paper that's a certain stage, and then there are other stages of work to be done. So I think Liam has worked something up which is being sent through to them services. So hopefully that will arrive with us as I speak. First of all, just want to say thank you to David and to Paul and to all of the rest of the team. I think you can see there's been a huge amount of work that has gone into this to get us to this point. And I think we've also got some clarity about how this fits in and the extra work that needs to come on when it gets down to each of the component parts of the package. This is not a blank check saying go away and deliver 19 separate projects. It is saying go away and start doing the work on those, and each of those will come back to us and come back through an engagement process in due course. I've seen some of the comments that have been being made about this. This has always been a critical part of the Let's Get Wellington Moving program. It was not just about state highways. It's not just about mass transit. City streets has always been a critical component. And we've also had quite a lot of feedback about wanting to get on with things and being seen to get on with things. Now we've got very, very clear information now. We've all had that about the timing for the mass transit and the state highway work. That will come back to us in October, November, be out in the public arena, and then the community can have a look at that. What I think is really great is that will also be at the same time that we'll be doing our cycleway project, and also and also the district plan. And I think putting the three of those things together will really be a really good integrated package. And I hope that it will give the community some confidence that actually these things are working together and collectively that they will be transformative for our city. I've got absolutely no doubt that when these things come out, the debate will be vigorous. There'll be people coming at it from every different perspective, and all I would do is say to encourage people to try and make sure that the debate is respectful of varying views, and that people try and understand where different people have come from, because I think we had a painfully divisive process recently with respect to our spatial plan, which could have been more collaborative than it was, and the community sort of pulled itself apart a little bit on that. Look, there have been strong and ongoing calls to get runs on the board, and that is why, after what, in my view, 3 years of relatively little progress, in this triennium, we've already addressed CBD speed limits, which were previously stymied a couple of triennia before that. We've made the initial decisions on cycle safety on Thorn and Quay, at the fourth time of asking. We've been engaging on details of Hutt Road, Thorn and Quay, and Golden Mile, and those will continue. And now we've got this package in front of us as well. It's a big package, but it is not, as I said, the final decisions. It just gives authority to go to the next stage. I think it's really important that we also send the signal to our partners and to the government that we are making progress and we want to make progress here. And I think anything not doing that will be a really bad signal to send. I'd also make the point that in the 18 to 20 months of this training, we've also had to restructure Let's Get Wellington Moving. So with the health check, so it's working better. And also we've had to deal with the ongoing issues around COVID. But I'm absolutely sure there'll be plenty of tweaks, twists. The devil will be in the detail of some of the delivery of these, but we absolutely do have to get on with this work. The detailed engagement is still very much to come, and I pick up the comments that particularly Councillor Calvert made. I'm really keen that we do actually get on with some quick wins within this project as well. Let's Get Wellington Moving has morphed. It used to be about Nowranga to Airport, but it is now very much more about serving the whole city. And I think that makes sense, because there's no point in making sure that buses can get through the Golden Mile quickly and efficiently, and then having them getting stuck on Adelaide Road, Karori Road, or on the Hutt Road. That's pointless. Couple more points to make. This will be a big shift. You can see the numbers in there for the mode share for public transport and cycling, which are expected to rise from 33.5% to around 37 and a bit percent in terms of mode share. For those of you who, though, the program talks about moving more people with less vehicles, that doesn't necessarily mean that there will be less vehicles per se around. Population growth has got to be accommodated in that, and I think you need to have a look at the particularly page 151, which suggests there will actually be more vehicles then than there will be now. It's just that there'll be a lot less vehicles then than there would be if we did nothing. And that's really, really important. I know I've heard, excuse me, concerns about the business cases, all of these things for the city streets needing to be done before any work actually happens on mass rapid transit and state highways. That is not the case. The work will get on with those as quickly as possible. And I look forward to getting those indicative business cases in front of the community very soon. Councillor Pannett, just like you, I raise questions about the CO2 levels. I cannot believe 1,000 tonnes is the only reduction in CO2. I'm sure it will be much more than that. And I've asked Let's Get Wellington Moving to take a look at that. They are going to do that. Just to finish off, it is a comprehensive package. I don't want us to be splitting this up. And indeed, I would say to some councillors that you've been critical of various things being done in a piecemeal way before, whether that was cycleways or public transport improvements. This is about putting the whole package in front of our community, following that up very, very closely with the mass transit, state highways and district plan work, and the comprehensive cycleway package. And I think that together, those will give people a really clear direction as to where we want to go forward. I think that's all that I needed to say. And just councillors, I do hope that you will support this very strongly and that we can get on with doing this and show that our city is moving forward and that Let's Get Wellington Moving is moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Foster, and very well timed. I appreciate that. Right, so the Deputy Mayor is going to second, but we're actually going to take a lunch break now. So just to be really clear, we will be back at 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock, half an hour, and please do get out onto your balcony or garden and get some sunshine, some exercise, because we're going to be sitting here for a while once we get back. All right. Thank you, everyone.
I've got 2 or 3 media things I've got to deal with now.
Can I just, Chair, I wonder whether you could take a little bit longer than half an hour because we've got to eat, but then we're also working on amendments. So I'm not sure how you're going to manage that.
What do people want to do?
Can you make it 10 past 1?
I think honestly it should be 1:15. Give us 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah.
Haven't seen the mayor's one yet.
Okay.
Oh, that was put up there for you.
Okay, we'll do.
I'll ask
minutes.
that to be circulated to you, Councillor Rush.
45 minutes, but I will expect very succinct speeches later on. Otherwise, we'll be here at 5 o'clock. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Councillor Sparrow, should I start? Right. Deputy Mayor Free, it is your time to shine.
Yeah, I actually want to reserve my right. Thanks.
Oh, okay, fine. Right. Shall we get the amendments up on the table now? So, Councillor Calvert, would you like to go first since you got yours up? Councillor Calvert, would you like to? Yeah, okay, great.
Sorry.
Okay, so Hayley, if you could just put up Councillor Calvert's amendment on the screen, that would be super helpful. Thank you so much. So maybe Councillor Calvert, if you speak to them, and then if people have got questions about the implications, they can ask officers, and then of course ask any questions of you and debate about what you might mean or intend. Okay.
Fine. So
thank you very much.
I'll move these amendments. Essentially, this has been around seeing that any investment in Karori is not actually going to be happening until Tranche 2. I know there's talk of Tranche 1 with improvements to Karori, but that's only the Bowen Street, which is really CBD. So it's not really making that much of a difference to Karori. It obviously doesn't stack up that highly on their list. So this is why essentially it really needs to come out, and it needs to be treated like some of those other cycle ways, bus priority lanes in other parts of the city. I appreciate officers' comments, but where there's a will, there's a way. So I will move us forward, and I'm sure people will have questions of officers, but I also want to see swift progress, and I want to see people want to see things delivered. So they don't want to just see a plan; they actually want to see some improvements on their. Sorry, somebody's trying to ring me, and I think it's Councillor Rush.
No, it's not.
All right. Okay.
Where's my phone?
All right. So we want to see improvements, and they want to see them actually happening, not just being planned for. And my concern is that Let's Get Welly Moving has a huge number of overheads that we don't need to have if we can deliver these projects as a city. That's all.
Sorry, is that your substantive speech, or did you just want to speak to those amendments?
Just speaking to the amendments.
Okay, right, thank you. Right, and have you got a seconder?
Councillor Wolf.
Councillor Wolf, you're presumably wanting to do that? Okay, councillors, does anyone want to ask questions just of officers about implications? You can address meaning with the mover. Right, Councillor Matthews, and then I think I saw Councillor Rush's hand up too, and Councillor Foon. Thank you.
A lot of my questions were answered in the Q&A from Let's Get Wellington Moving, but I would just like to ask about internal capacity to do this work any sooner if this amendment was to go ahead.
Or is Dave back on? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll let Paul answer. I mean, just to make a quick point, Rebecca, and thanks for acknowledging the officer's previous advice. Yes, resourcing is always going to be an issue. We've got a very ambitious program, as we all know, regarding cycleways, and I think I'll let Paul elaborate in his earlier answer regarding Karori.
Thanks, Liam. Is David back online? I was talking to him just before the meeting. He was trying to jump back in. Look, I mean, that previous advisor, in terms of capacity, there is the next 10 years, there's a significant increase in number of projects that we want to do. I spoke at the council briefing about the increase across the board by the time we take a 3-year program, our City Streets program, and then the councillor approved LTP decision to improve cycling across the city with the excess of 200 million on cycling. This would be part of that whole package of works in the order of $750 million. So we are looking for massive increase in the capacity of the Wellington market to both plan, consult, and deliver these projects. To try and do this in addition earlier is certainly going to stretch things.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rush, did you have a question?
I didn't. Is my microphone's on? Oh, you've been listening to me. I did actually. I was just trying to find the actual text, to be honest, Madam Chair, but I found it in an email that Councillor Calvert sent at about 10:30. Is that, I can't see on screen. I know that Hayley mentioned that we could see it on screen somehow, but I'm not seeing it. So
okay, no, she's just putting it back on. Okay,
thanks.
Have you got a question?
Oh, so many, but not for Councillor
no, let's keep it tight. Okay, right.
I'm good. Thanks.
Councillor Foon.
Thank you. Yes, in terms of resources, not only people resources, does this mean that the budget for this expense, have we got any allocation of budget for this? When would it need to come in? And I'm taking into account that this would then not be able to be paid for through the Let's Get Welly Moving budget allocation, which would be paid for by the three partners.
I'll jump in there.
Yeah, you probably, because I missed the start of this discussion. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, I was trying to get online.
Thanks, Councillor. I think I answered this earlier in questions. The current thought through the IBC is that the corridor we're talking about in question, the Karori corridor, could go up to something like $80 million worth of improvements, and that would still return a benefit for that sort of spend. That level of funding, I understand, is not budgeted for anywhere in the current LTP. It's budgeted through Let's Get Moving in out years. But in terms of that, council would have to reprioritise its current spend.
Okay. Any more? Okay, thanks, Laurie. Mayor Foster and then Councillor Wolf.
Yes, look, a couple of questions. First one of them is just what I read in the documents that we've got is that, in fact, there is there's Bowen Street on that corridor, plus there is what you called BPAP targeted improvements, which is mostly about rationalising bus stops and options to be included at bus stops, etc. Does that give you the capacity to do any of the relatively easy stuff that you could do on that corridor that's going to cost, taking out some parking here or there and putting in whether it's bike lane or bus lane or whatever it might be in different locations? Because there'd be some quite easy wins there if you wanted to take them.
That's exactly the intention for that project, yes.
Yeah, cool. Okay, that's great. And I think you've already covered but if we were to take it out of there, it would just probably slow the whole thing down, wouldn't it?
Sorry.
If we were to approve the amendment, then it will be likely to slow the whole process of getting on with some of those things down.
Highly likely.
Yeah. So it would be then done in parallel to the 3-year program to the rest of the City Streets projects.
Okay, cool.
And we probably have to swap out the City Streets project to do it.
Yeah, and there is ability to. We've had some long-standing cycle safety issues, in particular around the sort of Curtis, Chater, Raroa area. This will give us the ability to be able to have a look at those as well.
Without a doubt, yes.
Yeah, cool, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
Hi, yeah, this one's for Paul. Within the flexibility of Let's Get Welly Moving, are we able to undertake a trial in any area, for instance, Karori Road at AM peak? Because it would be a quick win without too much heavy engineering and through our regs committee. I'm sure that we could enable it. I'm also sure that the constituents would be grateful for it, and I'm sure that it would reduce congestion and emission and potentially restore some public confidence on that number 2 route in the morning.
And that's what's envisaged as part of the bus priority action plan. Not quick wins, the targeted improvements. So that's exactly what we would be looking to do. It's just to what degree do we have to make some engineering changes to accommodate that? So,
yeah,
yes.
I'm talking about quick wins and a trial ball.
Yes.
Award, David. I see David's nodding because
100%.
Yeah, because we had a meeting with with Greater Wellington 10 days ago, and both in their councillor space, those that were at the meeting and their offices were absolutely encouraging of that to happen. So we've been trying to get this effected for 5 years probably, and I would like to see that occur really, really quickly, a trial.
100%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, no, I actually don't need to ask my question anymore.
Okay,
I've listened and it's been answered. Thank you.
Any more questions of officers? Right. Okay, Councillor Wolf, would you like to speak now to the amendment?
No, I'll reserve my right to speak at this stage. Thanks, Chair.
Sure. Councillor Condi, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Yes, go for it.
Kia ora. I'm not going to be able to support these amendments today for a number of reasons, some of which have just been covered in Q&A, but I do feel like recommendation 6 is actually misleading by omission. We understand that the changes at Bowen Street will make significant improvements for the bus route coming out from Pūroro, and that the targeted improvements that are being proposed that came through the bus priority action plan are also really significant and going to make a really great difference for the people using buses coming from Pūroro. So I think both of those two programs are planned to be happening in the next 3 years, which is fantastic. I also just want to note that we've heard from officers that we would risk higher costs and delays if we were to accept these amendments, that we would have to reprioritise to find the money to bring forward Pūroro, which is an $80 million project. 2 points I really wanted to make are, I just think this is a really poor process, Councillors Calvert and Wolf. I can admire your commitment to your ward, but it does feel like you're trying to queue jump here, trying to advance this project when the analysis just doesn't support it. The officers have done a lot of work to try and make sure that we spend our money in the right place first to get the greatest value for money, deliver the greatest benefits for Wellington. And Pūroro, while it's very important, is in tranche 2, which is great. It will have significant investment there. I also just wanted to remind everybody that when we did the health check of Let's Get Wellington Moving, they did look at this issue of whether project should be taken out of Let's Get Wellington Moving and brought back to council for council to deliver, because that has been something that's been floating around for a while. Is this a way for us to get this going faster? And their answer was no. They felt like that would be a distraction at this point, that it was the wrong time to be looking at those kind of structural changes. That the best and fastest thing we could do is what we have done so far, which is to move forward with the program as it is, to institute some really great changes in culture and leadership that we've seen from the staff in the program. Thank you again, David, and all the staff over there who have been doing such great work for us in really trying times. The health check, we paid experts to come in and look at this in detail and tell us how to fix it and make it better. And they specifically said, don't do this in terms of what's recommended here for 7 and 8. Don't take projects out and pick them off one by one. Don't try and bring it back into the council. It will slow it down and make it more expensive in the long run. I simply can't support this today.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
Koto. I'm going to speak against this amendment, even though I do strongly support biking and public transport infrastructure for Pūroro. I want to note, first of all, that Raroa Chater happening, so that particularly unsafe. So and the community is being briefed about the details. So that is great to see that that's going ahead, a particularly unsafe area for cyclists and other road users. This amendment will not see this work happen sooner, but it will make it cost more money. So on those grounds enough for me to not support it. We won't receive the 60% funding. But additionally, I think it would look somewhat good faith to then go and seek government, bad faith to go and seek government funding once we have removed this project from it. Yeah, and I just want to reiterate Councillor Courtenay's comments that actions will happen before 2030, and in fact it's likely that completion of this work will happen before 2030, and the reason that that date is so pushed out at the moment is because
Councillor Matthews, you're freezing a little bit. Might be your internet connection.
Decisions we still have to make around the mass rapid.
Okay,
I wonder if it's helpful if a few people take their video screens off, because that frees up a bit of bandwidth, I believe.
Oh, okay, yes, no, that's true. Sorry, Councillor Matthews, do you just want to repeat the last point you made because you were freezing, just in case people missed that?
Sure, it was that it's likely that this work will be completed before 2030 once decisions about mass rapid transit have been made. Then the tranches are able to the work is able to shift around a little bit. So I've sought that assurance and received it from officers. I find the spirit of these amendments quite strange, that because we're all here to make decisions for the whole city. So to move an amendment that brings forward or attempts to bring forward a project for your own ward while publicly seeking a delay to the rest of the program, I find very unhelpful, and not in the spirit that we are here to make decisions about the whole city. And this is closely interlinked with the issue of housing, as you heard from the Let's Get Wellington Moving officers, that the housing need along other areas of the city, where there is the infrastructure to cope, but we need to do some more for transport, is one of the reasons why Pūroro is slight. Yes, if you want to do something, you vote for it. And we actually already have this work in the proposal, the main paper, before us. And so by supporting that, we actually support this work to happen probably more quickly and definitely with more value for money for Wellingtonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Yeah, look, I don't think I need to add anything to what Councillor Matthews has just said. It's a significant bus route with existing problems. It's a significant cycle route and growing with significant safety issues there as well. I see what's in the package as actually advancing these things. And in fact, the amendment actually just puts those things at risk. So I'm not going to be voting for it, although I appreciate the intent of getting some things done in my own suburb that I've lived in for a long time, because it does need some work, but I think it'll happen through the program as calibrated.
Kia ora. Any other speakers? No. Look, can I just say, Councillor Calvert, I won't support your amendments either, but just for the reasons that our colleagues have given. But please be assured that I'm very sympathetic to your suburb's plight, and let's hope that we can get some of these smaller improvements happening as soon as possible. And definitely the corner of Chatterell Street is high on our list of priorities to fix for cycling safety. Would you like to do your right of reply now?
I just want to double check that did Councillor Wolf not want to speak?
Sorry, yes, Councillor Wolf, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I do. For some reason, my video's been stopped as well. For some reason, I don't know why.
I did it, Councillor Wolf, because we were getting problems with broadband quality. So if
not
you
my
just
quality.
No. If you've got more people have got to stop so that no one else goes out. So can you just start the video again? Lovely. Thank you.
I'm obviously supporting this. I think that anything that we can do to remedy and fast track some of our routes, and we heard this morning from Jill Ford in relation to the area around the hospital, and using clearways and trials and not over engineering stuff for the initial stages. I think it would be a good thing. I take heart in what David Paul mentioned would be quicker resolutions, and I'll be holding them to that as well, because I think that this particular route through Karori has been really badly served, and this discussion and the promises around bus priority have gone on since my first term in Celia Wade Brown's mayoralty, along with Fran Wild as well, with her advocacy for bus priority in her term as chair of the Greater Wellington Regional Council. I believe that sure, there's two sides to a story, but actually Karori just happens to be Wellington's largest suburb, and there is ample evidence that there is more there could be more capacity for cycling, safer cycling, and more buses on that number 2 route if we could free it up, and we could free it up quickly. At the moment, the incentive is for people to get into their cars. So I'm absolutely behind this set of amendments and getting things going and having the will and the ability to achieve that.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Right, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. And look, this is, these amendments are about enabling a joined up approach, actually. As I think Councillor Matthews mentioned, there's some work being done around the Chater Street, Curtis Street corner, which is very much on this route. We're also doing work around the Karori Town Centre. This is about making sure that we have got joined up improvements, and we're not just relying on Let's Get Welly moving to deliver on these, that we as a city can do what our residents expect. And so we need, and if you look at the Let's Get Welly moving, Karori, it was an add-on. It's not going to impact, whereas other bus priority lanes or cycle lanes through the CBD or out through to the east or south may well be impacted by the core projects of Let's Get Welly moving. This will not be. So what this enables something to be done quickly. I note that officers said, well, yes, they can do something now, but it was clearly not in the business case. It clearly was not identified under Tranche 1. It was very vague, and it wasn't until you've just got to look at the sequencing that the actual improvements, bar the wee strip of Bowen, which would impact on most other people than just Karori, is that there wasn't going to be completed till 2030, which, as Councillor Wolf pointed out, we have been wanting to do trials for some time. We've put a suggestion in as an Innovating Streets project. And if this gets done by Wellington City Council, we still get the 50% funding from Let's Get Welly Moving. Sorry, not Let's Get Moving, NZTA. And to hear that they're putting this aside because it's $80 million, I think most people be surprised at that cost, when we know we could do something a lot less that will make a real difference within the next 2 years, not 20 years. So, and in the spirit of being a city councillor, and I do take my oath that we act in the best interests of the city, but sometimes, like we had the long-term plan, and city councillors push for Berhampore and Island Bay to have an upgrade and not considering other areas that might have needed it. Sometimes you need to push the boundary out for areas that you particularly know. And whilst I don't live in Karori or near there, I certainly understand the frustrations that people there are facing. So, and that's why Councillor Wolf and I decided that we needed to make sure that this got on the agenda. And I do look for your support because we need to take back some of the stuff and do it more quickly, more swiftly. And I'm sure there'll be a lot less overhead, so it'll be a lot less costly if we actually did this as a city council. Thank you.
Kia ora. Now, I did make a point about it does take more time to do divisions, but do you want a division on this, Councillor Calvert?
Well, I will take a division on who votes for it, but if I'll leave it up to whether people want to take anything separately.
Right. Okay, Heidi, do you need some more time just to get that sorted?
No, if you want to take things separately, I can share my screen.
Does anyone want to take anything separately? No. Okay, let's all vote then.
So sorry, can we we're just voting on the amendment?
Just these three amendments, then we're going to do Councillor Rush's amendments, then we'll go to the substantive, okay?
Can you just have them up on the screen, please?
Still missing votes from Councillor Foon, Deputy Mayor Free. Right, so that is 13 against and 3 in favour.
Thank you very much. All right. Councillor Rush, would you like to move your
Deputy Mayor
amendment?
Free is speaking.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I voted the wrong way. I should be voting against that.
Oh,
sorry, I had to take a phone call and that distracted me a little bit. Here we go.
Okay, no, thank you for clarifying that. Right, Councillor Rush, if you'd like to move your amendments, if we could just have them up on the screen, Heidi.
Sure. So everyone's still got their voting things up. It's already saying XXX all over. Can we please remove the last votes? Thank you. So we're all neutral, open-minded, apart from Simon Wolf. So colleagues, I guess this amendment really is designed to give us more control over the process going forward, and really to give Let's Get Wellington Moving what it needs to start getting on with things tomorrow, the things that we know and we have in front of us and have been well worked out and understood. With a view to, of course, coming back to us at the conclusion of that work and to allow us to then approve the next tranche. So this is not an unusual practice in project management to approve release of funds and direction in tranches. This has been set up, as far as I can tell, actually, to do just that. And I guess the point is that if, in my view, the recommendation as it sits is extremely broad, far broader than what's needed to progress things at the moment. And if I guess the better strategy, I suppose, is to approve things incrementally as better information comes, as we get those bigger packages, as we understand their impact on the city streets package, rather than get to a point where we need to actually go back to partners and withdraw approval. And that will be a much more difficult thing to do. I actually think that it's not good governance to approve such a big project, such a broad range of uncertainties going forward, but we can approve what we need to get on with things tomorrow. So I won't say anything more, but that's it.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder?
I do. He will speak now. Councillor Sparrow.
Yes, right. I'll say my bit now, and that is that we were assured by officers, or we were told by officers a short time ago, that I've written down the wording, that basically what we're doing here is little more than approving the money to do the investigations for the whole lot, and it's an authority to go to the next phase. But that doesn't seem entirely in keeping with the recommendation number 2, which is approve the Let's Get Wellington Moving City Streets indicative business case. So that seems a lot more concrete or definitive, if you like. So I think what Councillor Rush is proposing here providing a note of caution, really. So, and I think he does make a good point. So that's why I'm seconding it. Thank you.
Right, councillors, would you like to ask questions of officers? Councillor O'Neill, question, or do you wish to speak to it?
Sorry, no, not a question.
Oh, okay, but do you wish to speak to it? Yeah, okay, I'll put you on the list first up. Right, councillors, questions? Well, I'll start. Mr. Hodgetts, can we actually do this? Just given we're in a partnership, what implications does it have?
Thanks, councillor. So I've got Paul Barker standing by. He'll explain the nuances here, but this isn't supported by officers. We've been making it quite clear through questions and answers about the details as to why it's not supported, acknowledging the concerns, but there are machinery and very minute technical issues outside of the partnership we have with our other two partners, which renders this quite difficult for officers to execute. But I'll pass over to Paul now to talk to the specifics.
Yeah, unless David, you want to jump in?
Yeah, all I would say before you jump in, Paul, is as we've identified, there would be a review process, and we've identified and allowed for that within the full suite of the 19 projects once the MRT and SHI decision is made. So I think what's being put forward is allowing for that anyway. But Paul, is there anything further you want to allow for?
Oh, look, there's some real difficulty in not approving the full IBC at this time. If we approved a partial IBC, we would need to go back and recalculate all of the objectives, all of the benefits that come from just doing that part. So it's quite a bit of officer work to go back, and there's just no way we would be able to stick to our current timeframe. So my advice there would be, again, as per the recommendations of the paper, to approve the IBC in full, and then if need be, perhaps strengthen those triggers that we've allowed for in the IBC, and I thought they were reasonably clear in the management case, that when we get to that point of coming towards the end of tranche 1, we would undertake a further piece of work to examine what the tranche 2 activities would be, and it's just how that's reported back to council.
So can I just ask for advice, Ms. Parker, Ms. Mueller, is this actually in order, just given that advice? For debate, can we accept it for debate?
I believe you can accept it for debate. It's not strictly against amendments not accepted, Standing Order 21.10. Generally, amendments aren't accepted if they're directly negative to the substantive motion.
I just was wondering if we actually had the ability to do it. That was my question. Okay. Right, Mayor Foster and Councillor Condi, do you have questions? Yes, right, Mayor Foster, thank you.
Yeah, look, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask how this play. I mean, obviously you've got to redo the whole BC process, but so timing is everything. But we will be doing effectively this, but it gives you the ability to be able to reconfigure the package after we've done the decisions on mass transit and state highway. Anyway, if we didn't have this in there, how would that process be different? So, we've done the consultation on mass transit, state highway. We go, we've got to tweak some bits because the mass transit's going in this route as opposed to that route. How does having Councillor Rush's amendment passed change the process that we would then have to go through? Does it mean we just have to reapprove essentially half of the city streets business case again, rather than not have to do that? I hope that makes sense.
Do you want me to try and answer that one, Paul? I think, Mayor, what we're really trying to present is the full program and the prioritised list. Okay, so what we're saying is that's what's in front of us, and that's what we want Wellington City Council to agree to. We also need to put that through Greater Wellington and Wakakatai, so they're the other two partners that would need to agree to this. What we're saying is that we've done the piece of work for the complete package. If we were just to slim it down to part of it, then we'd essentially be remolding the business case, which would take time and delay things. Is that your reading of it, Paul?
Yeah, totally. And I just wondered whether if we just took the part that we're asking to be approved, I'd expect that the BCR of that first tranche would be really high, and then when we come back to try and get approval for the second tranche, it'll have a lot lower BCR. We run the risk of then that not being approved. I mean, I'm saying that on the fly, but there is some real risks to it and taking that approach.
Okay, and the second part of the question is just in terms of that time delay, what do you think it will be in terms of you having to rework the business case, which presumably you would have to start doing now as opposed to after the mass transit / state highway decisions are made?
Yeah, we would have to start doing it now. I mean, I don't know, it probably could take up to 6 months, couldn't it, Paul?
It's getting around all the approvals, yes.
Yeah, it's just because we have all the officers from the 3 different partners that go through a process of checking and authorisation.
Thank you. Okay, that's very clear. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Condie.
Thanks. Mostly my questions have been answered, but I guess, could you give us a bit more information about an amendment like this? We can normally do it on an internal paper because we can be a bit more flexible internally, but NZTA have quite specific requirements for business cases and other things to kind of get through their funding gates. Is that part of why this amendment kind of doesn't work? Can you unpack kind of the NZTA requirements around how this would work?
I mean, I think it's fair to say that you could do it this way. It's just the delay, and as Paul has mentioned, the impact of you split part of them out. You calculate the totality of what the benefit is for that component, and then you come in and once they're down the track, you do the other part, and it may not stack up as well when you put it collectively together, which is all in line with the vision and the objectives of what we're trying to achieve for Let's Get Wellington moving collectively. And it's
from
just
memory,
the delays.
Yeah, from memory, the incremental BCR of tranche 2 was 1.3, I think, because that which gives you a guideline about where it might be, because that was in the business case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Right, Councillor O'Neill, if you'd like to speak to this amendment.
Thank you. Am I able to talk to the substantive and the amendment at the same time?
Can we just get this amendment out of the way? Is that okay? But you can speak to both if you wish. Do you wish to speak to them?
Oh yeah, okay, cool. Listen, I will not be supporting this amendment nor the previous one, which has already been debated, but I don't think that this paper is the time to renege on very clear set priorities on a whim. As we've heard in question and answer, this is a multi-million-dollar program, and this paper is integral to making sure that this remains on track. The program has engaged with over 10,000 people, and to get to this stage and then be delayed would be incredibly disappointing. Already a lot of time and effort that we've invested into a relationship. Most of the amendments either state things already expressly written in the paper or signal nothing new. And I think the irony is Sean, I think you're wanting to see an acceleration on things, but this was only further delay the program. And not only will it do that, but it completely is a disinjunction with what else we've got set out as well. I think, if we've listened to officers' advice properly and thoroughly, there's only one clear way, and that is to stick with the process that we've already got and our indicative cases here as well.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Day.
Kia ora. Well, I also won't be supporting this amendment. I feel like the business case is actually quite clear. The indicative business case speaks very well to how this process would work. And I think also we understand really clearly that we are working with other partners, and the significance of that is not lost on most of us. I do feel like with some of the questions and this amendment, it shows there's a little bit of a limited understanding of the indicative business case and what we have in front of us from from some of my colleagues, and I hope that they can really make sure that they are understanding and listening to the advice that we're getting, because it is really sound, and I think it takes our city into an exciting future. And if we want to pick things apart and slow them down, then our city's just going to stay like it is for a very long time. We don't get these opportunities coming along very often. Let's not stuff it around and try and pull things apart. There's a lot of good logic behind this. Let's get on with it.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Condie.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Councillor Day's comments that I'm also a little bit concerned about some of the lack of understanding, or perhaps just kind of people being misspeaking. But for example, Councillor Rush, you talked in your introduction to these amendments about that we would be releasing funds in tranches. But the agreement today, the officer recommendation today, if we go ahead with it, doesn't release any funds. It just allows us to go ahead and do 19 more business cases. You talked about that your amendment would allow us to approve the projects incrementally. The substantive already allows for us to approve the projects incrementally, because we have to approve each one via its own business case 19 times. The things that you're looking for, I think, are already in the business case. They're already allowed for. And when we've heard from the officers about the significant delays that this could cause for us, up to 6 months, you know, as I said in my question, you know, if this was an internal paper and it was just us, then it's easier for us to kind of make these kinds of changes. But this is a partnership. We have to work with our partners in NZTA who have their own, you know, rules and mechanisms and processes that we have to work in with. And we really need to be conscious as a partner, be a good partner, and be respecting some of those things. It's just that it's been really clear from the officers' answers that this amendment has potentially massive implications and brought on very short notice. So I understand that the intention that you have in terms of what you're bringing, Councillor Rush, but I feel like the recommendations as they stand already do everything that you want to do, and the the amendment that you've brought clearly has some pretty significant, potentially unintended consequences. So I can't be supporting it today.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Rush, can I just make the brief comment? If you oppose this project, I would suggest you just say so. You may have some other concerns, but I think, like, if it is that, so it'll be useful to hear from you, and that is what I would do if we were talking about other kinds of projects. Thank you. Right of reply.
Well, Madam Chair, let's deal with that last comment first, shall we? So you'll recall that I did sign the declaration to investigate a fossil-free CBD, and I did that because the night before I'd read the Gale report from 2004, and I was inspired by the thinking around taking cars off the quays and to provide that waterfront and return it back to people that can walk on it and celebrate it. It is a remarkable piece of amenity for us Wellingtonians, and it's got far too many cars going along it. And I think also for a lot of the CBD, we can do a lot better. I also do support the bus prioritisation, and particularly bus prioritisation coming from Miramar. But it needs to be supported by better transport links, which are not the scope of this particular project. So let me just be very, very clear. I'm actually pretty excited by this proposal, but I think that the recommendation goes on a spectrum of well-defined, well-understood, and highly beneficial projects into quite speculative ones, which we're being asked to nonetheless approve as part of this business case without real good defined off-ramps along the way. Now, we do know, and I've heard from officers, and I do accept that there will be reviews at some points along, but there's no clear mechanism as to whether that review then comes back to council for consideration, or whether it's an internal review and the approval we give today will be utilised to continue forward without reference back. So that's just my concern. It's pretty standard project management. I don't agree that this requires a whole review of the business case. The business case is there, it stacks up. It's simply introducing a new approval phase at the time when officers, and Dave in particular, are telling us that there will be a review done. So it's actually integrating with the process that is set out in the paper itself. And in my view, it's simply good project management. Councillor, let's start. Councillor O'Neill, this is nothing about reneging. This is simply about good project management. There's no delay. This is about urging people, and it's about actually being collective. And I certainly do recognise that we're in a partnership, and putting these sorts of things in at the last minute, although it's my first opportunity to do so, I'm not comfortable about it. But I also think that it's not fair that we get given a paper and get told that we can't change it because we've got other partners who might have a different view. So, I look around the screen, I look at colleagues who, would not hesitate if they felt strongly. And so I hope that you're taking this in the spirit that it's given. I don't think this is an unusual structure to impose on a project of this significant, which is multi-billion dollar, not multi-million dollar. Councillor Day, you talk about the IBC being very clear, and I think you're right. It's a very good IBC, but as I say, as you get through to those projects towards the tail end, into tranche 2 and so forth, it becomes just a little bit more uncertain. There's a lot more risk. There's a lot more speculation around the quality and what's going to happen there. And so this amendment is really just designed to take us to a point where we've got more certainty and we can make better decisions because we're better informed about what's happened already, and we're taking those learnings and what those costs might be, and actually what direction we're going to take. Because if we don't have, for example, an inner city bypass, we're not going to have an express bus route from Miramar. Or if we are, it's going to end up having to get congested anyway. So this is not designed at all to be unsupportive. It's simply designed to give us the opportunity to come back and look at this as, in parallel with the office's own process, and give us an opportunity to give feedback and give direction. And that's what we do as governors. Councillor Condi, I think I've already said, this is designed in order to give us an opportunity for the project team to come back, to be clear that the project team comes back to the council and says, hey guys, we've done this, these are our learnings, these are the options going forward, are you comfortable? And that's all I'm trying to do. So I do appreciate the debate, and I also would like to note that it's been respectful and collegial, and I will let you vote. Still smiling. Can't hear you, Iona. Shall I do it?
Forgetting to unmute. Sorry, does anyone want to take anything separately, or does anyone want a division? Okay.
Just amend the amendment.
Just on the amendment again, yeah. Okay. Right, let's vote. Thank you.
So that's 2 in favour and 14 against.
Okay, thank you. Right, we are now going to debate the substantive unless anyone's got any amendments. Nope. Okay, Councillor Paul, you're up first.
Oh, awesome. Cool. Ahiahi Mārie kia koutou katoa. I'll keep it brief as we all want to get out and stretch our limbs. So I would just say that I'm really pleased with the way that this debate has gone so far in terms of attempts to derail or stall any progress have been derailed. I would say it's really interesting because, we don't have to look too far in our, recent history to remember when environmental activists were the loud minority who were making lots of noise about the fact that our climate and our environmental needs have to be addressed in transport projects. So it's awesome that the tables have turned, and that actually people who might be pro-car or pro-second tunnel or pro-roading projects that aren't good for our environment are now in the minority and resorting to grassroots tactics to agitate the system. So I think that's a good reflection of the times. I'm really supportive of the City Streets package, because to me it's clear that we cannot reach our climate change targets without Let's Get Wellington moving. So it's that simple for me. I'm concerned that some people try to load lots of different things onto it and try and make it into what it isn't. And I think that really dilutes the ability for them to do the projects they've already outlined and committed to really well. As a councillor for the Central City, I'd like to point out that with all those positive things in mind, that we are about to undergo a period of sustained disruption for at least the next decade. And it's not just Let's Get Wellington moving, it's all the earthquake strengthening, it's the new buildings that will be built, development of new housing, fixing our pipes, safety improvements, all these things that we've committed to, which is all very necessary. But I think if we accept that we will be in a sustained period of disruption, that we need to figure out how to do disruption better. And so my widow for our colleagues are, first of all, accept that change is coming. Like Marco said this morning, you know, I feel aroha for people who are a little bit hesitant to the change. But, you know, as we saw with the IPCC report a few weeks ago, we actually have less time than we thought to get these more sustainable ways of living and to implement sustainable modes of transport. So, you know, all of these things City Streets are doing, and it's not just about the carbon reduction potential of these projects, but it's about the lifestyle and sustainable lifestyles that it offers people. The other thing is we spend a lot of time complaining about the government not offering us support financially, you know, around social housing or around our pipes, but, you know, this is an opportunity where they are offering us help and we're stalling it and trying to dismantle it. So I'm really thankful for their support in this project. So thank you, David and Waka Kotahi. We really need your money and your support, so thank you. My other two wero that I would lay down for some of my colleagues is understanding how to do disruption better. So I'd really like us to have a conversation about that. And I think we really need to have a kōrero about our overall vision for the inner city, because of course the City Streets does contribute to the future of the inner city, but there's many different components that will make up that future, and I think we need a cohesive vision. So I'd just like to quickly plug the fossil fuel free CBD and the simultaneous similarities that it has between with Access for Everyone, which is the Auckland plan that was created when City Rail Link and a number of different developments happened in the inner city in Auckland. And that encompasses lots of different things, but it also looks at coordinated construction plans, which I think are really important. That ensures that construction across the inner city happens in a cohesive and logical way that causes as little disruption as possible, that signals clearly to businesses when they can expect some disruption, coordinates service delivery, and also looks at low traffic neighbourhoods in the inner city. So yeah, for me, it's about what is our vision for the inner city. Thank you so much. Let's Get Wellington moving. And there are no doubts in my mind that the two tools that we need to pull off very soon in order to meet our climate targets and to have a safe climate future are Let's Get Wellington moving and a compact dense form that is enabled through the spatial plan. So thank you everyone involved, and I'm very hopeful about the fruits of this labour. So kia ora.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes, I would still have my right of reply if nobody else wants, or not my right of reply, my second speech, if no one else does.
And Ms Kelly wants to, and Councillor Foon, so where would you like to go, Councillor Deputy Mayor Free?
Oh, I'm happy to have my piece now. So
okay.
Like many people have said, I really am grateful to be at this position where we are looking at this indicative business case, and I applaud all the work that's been done. It has been years in the making. I don't think we should underestimate the expertise that's gone into this. You know, tools that have had to be put together to actually evaluate different options. And for that reason, I am not voting for any changes. You know, I came into this process with my own views about what we might see, and I've had to accept along the way that there's been a very rigorous methodology applied, and we've ended up where we've ended up. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to actually support it. reflecting on our resident satisfaction survey, and people want to see us invest in infrastructure, and they want to see us make sound decisions, and they want to see us show leadership. And I think we really do need to be voting for this and to be showing confidence in the work that's being done, confidence in our partners, and confidence that this will actually be a really transformational thing for our city. And I've also, thank you, Councillor Paul, for your talk about change. It isn't easy to be contemplating for our city a change of this magnitude. And that's why as leaders, we really need to be articulating confidence around this and reminding people of the big picture. So the big picture is connected with our spatial plan. It is connected with our desire to have a lower carbon future, which we need to do for our city and for the planet. It's also really about the fact that cities are an efficient way for people to live. So we're right to want to grow our city, but we also need to make the city work. When we have denser cities, we can have more forests. And recently there was publicity about what a huge carbon sink Fiordland is, what a huge carbon sink any forest is. We can't have that kind of thing if we're going to scattergun our population all around the place, and it's a real reason to be thinking about cities. I don't know if there's anything too much to be said, except that we do need, again, just to encourage people to think about the big picture here. What we're actually trying to achieve is transformation. It's going to be difficult enough, but we can make it easier for residents by being on the same page and by actually explaining and showing confidence in the processes that our staff have gone through to get us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, everyone. I really would like to express wholehearted thanks to the officers and our partners for this paper. It was very informative and it was well written. And although this whole topic is new to me, and I don't have the background that I've heard some of you talk about and the links to this paper, I was able to understand the thinking, and any questions that I initially had were answered as I navigated my way through the paper. So thank you to officers and to our partners. It was very well written. I'm impressed with the strategic big thinking and the approach, and I support the move to capture a number of core multi-model corridors connecting the central city with the suburbs. I think that's very exciting. I believe this is an exciting way to make things happen, and a big plus is reducing costs to the ratepayers. By this, I'm talking about how council, they're thinking with partnerships. Partnerships is the way of the future, and it's a way for us to make things happen. New Zealand is a small country. Wellington's even smaller, and we need partners. We've got some big things that we need to address, and we've got some big costs. So having partners with certain expertise as well as big pockets, deep pockets, is really helpful. And I think that I support that thinking, and I think it's a win-win. I note the comments of the Mayor, Mayor Foster, and also Councillor Colvert, that it would be good to see some rungs on the ladder by completing some smaller projects, and I total that direction. I think, when people see some things finished, it builds confidence, and it will help us get more buy-in for bigger things that we need to do. So I total that direction. I look forward to see what will come back to us, what the next steps are, what we're going to be presented with next. And I just want to say well done to the team, and I'm happy to support the recommendation. I think this is really exciting, and well done to you as a council for even letting it get this far. I know that it's a bit contentious with some of you, but I really applaud you as a council that you agreed to let it get this far. So I'm happy to support this. And I do need to table that if our hui isn't finished at 3 to put my apologies in, because I do have another one that I've got to attend. So thank you.
Well done, Ms. Kelly. We note your apologies. Right, Councillor Foon and then Councillor Fitzsimons. Thank you.
Kia ora, Liz, that was lovely, thank you. And so, yes, supporting a lot of what you are saying. But, you know, to achieve anything, you've got to put your big rocks in first, and making the public transport system the best it can possibly be is about as big a rock as you can get. So I fully support the City Streets program and the order in which it's coming to us. And also, I'm really excited to see that as part of this, we are finally getting a sense of the vision around fairer and urban mobility. And this is, to me, what this is singing about in this City Streets program. I also want to commend the team. I think we're really getting a sense of your collaboration and that you are working across partnerships and using all resources, expertise, and just to make sure that this is going to lock in together. And I just really want to thank you for thinking about the things that aren't as apparent, like procurement and the kaitiakitanga for our environment, that you've got that in your list of things that needs to come to us as part of the business case. It's the part of the detailed business cases. And as we know, our mana whenua partners really saw that Let's Get Welling Moving needs to happen, but with the environment and the well-being of our environment in mind. So thank you for going through that. So yeah, I'm excited about this. Systems are go. And yeah, I think Marco Garlick said it well when he said, give our officers the space to create a world-class transport system that is equitable and low carbon system we need for the future. So this is a great way forward. Thank you. Pleased to be here today.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, just very briefly, I want to lend my support to this indicative business case too. I think we are today voting for an historic and visionary project which will make living in Wellington better. And it's not every day at council that we get to do that. I also wanted to lend my thanks to the Greater Wellington Regional Council and Waka Kotahi for their work. And I suspect that sometimes Wellington City Council can try their patience a bit, but we are, I believe, much stronger together. And I guess that's, for me, the choice that we're making. We can choose to be on the side of transformative change for our city, or we can be on the side of delaying and destabilising this project. And I strongly believe that Let's Get Welling Moving will have good days and bad days. There'll be more controversies, there'll be more mistakes, but good political leadership commits to a vision and then keeps supporting it even when it's difficult to do so. And just finally, I wanted to pick up Councillor Foon's points. I emailed my questions on this paper, but one of them was around procurement and Wellington City Council decisions on procurement, because I seem to remember that when we first approved the Let's Get Welling Moving project, we did introduce some amendments around procurement, making sure that we're doing apprenticeships and that we're an exemplar in health and safety. And I've decided not to move amendments on those grounds today, but I did just want to put it on the record that I do want to see a really strong commitment to good skills training, to apprenticeships, to exemplary health and safety throughout this project. And I will be keen to see that in future work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. And I'll just speak briefly now too. Look, I'd also like to thank all the staff that have worked on this. I think this is going to make our great city even greater. If it is implemented, it is truly transformational. But I would actually like to give my greatest thanks. Thank you, Councillor Paul. The activists have fought for this at every step of the way. It has taken so much hard work. And just remember, it was only 6 years ago we were arguing about whether to go to court or not to challenge the Basin flyover decision. So it's, you know, it's been a hard road, and
I guess my wero to Waka Kotahi in particular is that this is an agency that has known about climate change for many decades and has not risen to the challenge for many complex reasons. So let's have some, we're going to need to have courage to push this through. I am very pleased to be supporting such a large spend. I think it's well overdue. I don't agree that it's a blank check. You know, this is the kind of money that we need to spend if we want the transformation. And I'll just remind colleagues, of course, that Transmission Gully, when it ever gets finished, is going to be bringing thousands more cars into our city. And we don't really have much of a plan about what to do with that. My main point, though, is that we do need deep systemic change. It's even on the front page of the paper now. So this plan is okay. We're going to get some emission cuts, and thanks to the Mayor for following up on that. And we're going to get some mode shift, but it's not enough. So at the risk of being deeply unpopular, I want to put that challenge out that we do have to move away from a system of private car ownership, that people should really be only driving when they really have to. We need to walk and we need to cycle and we need to use public transport and we need to stay in our local areas, particularly when there is a pandemic on. To the young people that might be listening, you don't need a driver's license to have a full adult life. You know, like there are going to be alternatives to make it easier than it has been for older people in the past to move and to enjoy your life freely. And I guess I'm very concerned that still Waka Kotahi is talking about state highway improvements. That's the motorway. That's the 1950s motorway that we've been fighting, you know, for a long time. So if we are going to be transformational, we are going to need to make a very, very deep commitment to moving differently. But I have great heart in listening to you all. The dialogue is much different to how it's been in the past, and with that commitment we can build a better future. Right, who would like to speak? Councillor Rush, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, you did mention my favourite piece of infrastructure, the inner city bypass, and you know, the word transformational has been bandied about a lot today, but let's be very clear, and I think you did touch on it, Councillor Pannett. This delivers 0.0001% reduction in emissions. The ongoing use of Huntly will offset that in a heartbeat. I've done some very rough calculations that with $350 million, we could build a wind farm that would power 145,000 homes with renewable energy. That's based on the Manawatu wind farm, $100 million for 45,000 homes. Rough numbers. But anyway, so this type of traders. I have to say I was very surprised about the very small mode shift. I mean, I'm not a champion of mode shift, but I was actually disappointed. I thought we'd do better than that. I mean, for me, I was expecting actually some of my climate colleagues to actually be oscillating a lot more than you have about why that is, because there's a lot of money to spend. And we're not really getting that sort of transformation that Councillor Pannett, that you are looking for. I mean, for me, the transformation has been able to get from one side of the city to the other in whatever sort of vehicle that you choose to either drive or ride or even run on. So and so for me, and you would have seen this in my debate and my amendment, the sequencing has not really been married up with those big projects. And so what I was trying to do was to make sure we can get on with this very, very good package. And again, I also thank officers as well. But it loses a lot of utility if those big packages are not, and a lot of the transformational stuff that you've talked about, Councillor Pannett, just won't come to pass without those bigger packages. Even though I know that there's a likelihood that around this table, one of those projects probably will never see the light of day. So I guess I go back to good governance. I go back to why would we be approving a wide, long program of work which is dependent on the inner city bypass in particular to really make those transformational options. And I know we did the debate and I tried the amendment, but I didn't really hear any good reasons why this particular package has not been advanced in parallel. So I'm afraid I'm not going to support it.
Can I move a procedural motion that the motion be put? Councillor Pennant, you're on mute still, sorry.
Sorry, have you got a seconder, councillor?
I have to pick someone who hasn't spoken already.
Okay, that's right. No, Councillor Ms. Kelly, you can't.
Sparrow? I will go with Councillor Sparrow for the seconder, sorry.
Okay, right.
Councillor Young might be a better option as Councillor Sparrow seconded Councillor Rush's amendment.
Yeah, I think that would be right. And sorry, it's 50%, isn't it, Heidi?
No, a closure motion 75. Is 75,
sorry,
I believe.
75.
Yes.
Sorry, it is 75. Right. Okay, so if you can vote, please.
Dream team.
Debate. So if you want to finish the debate, press green. If you want to keep going, press red.
So that's 15 in favour, and to be clear, the closure motion is green. So to end debate now and to vote is green.
Okay, right, that's good. Okay, so right of reply, Mayor Foster, do you wish to make, or do you need to make one?
Yeah, look, there's a few things I do want to pick up. The first of all is just to say well done for truncating the discussion. I think that's a good efficiency. I was really delighted to hear the excitement that so many people have expressed about making these decisions. We want to make decisions. We said as a council we want to make big decisions. Councillor Rush, can I appeal to you? You mentioned being excited by this proposal, and then you said you might vote against it. So please, I would encourage you not to. I'd encourage you to come on board with this one. We want to make decisions, and we will get the chance to be able to reconfigure the, what happens later on as obviously the mass transit state highway work comes before us, and we make decisions on that. I think our communities quite clearly expect us to make decisions. We've all seen the results of the resident satisfaction survey, and a large part of that, apart from the bickering that we sometimes have, but a large part of that was about them wanting us to get on with key infrastructure decisions around things like waters, transport, and earthquake resilience. So this is part of us getting on with doing that and responding to exactly that. And that's what we want to do. A few things just to pick up. Councillor Paul, thanks for your comments there. We are going to pull the big levers on climate change over the next 3 months. Well, this is part of pulling them, I guess you could say, but over the next 3 or 4 months, we'll be pulling big levers through the other parts of Let's Get Wellington Moving, through our district plan, through our cycleways program, and through our decisions that we start making on solid waste. So there's some real opportunity for us to make some serious change in terms of carbon emissions. You mentioned the need for a coherent vision for the CBD. I would remind you all of the vote that we took about placemaking not that long ago with respect to the spatial plan. That was part of the kind of thing which we would do, is work with communities to develop those visions together for individual parts of our city. And obviously the bits that are going to change the most, the bits that are going to grow the most, are the ones which will be the first priorities. And that obviously includes our central city. You also mentioned, I thought very validly, coordinating construction plans. Absolutely 100% agree on that. And that's something which I've certainly been talking with officers and with other partners about, because it's absolutely essential that we don't have 10 years of construction and we kill the city while we're doing the construction. So we've got to do things right. I think there was a good lesson that we got from the way in which the Jervois Quay changes, the Jervois Quay stormwater work was done. That was a go, if I might use the parlance, go hard, go early, and do it in one go rather than dragging it out over a long period of time. So I think we can do those things, and we have to do that to give people confidence. I think the others of you, I would just say thank you for all your comments. And our Councillor Pannett, look, I suspect that when we get to having the mass transit / state highway things, there will be a big debate about what's in there and what's not in there, and people will come from different perspectives. But I just encourage people to try and hear the other people's points of view. I can promise you I will try and do that. I encourage you to do the same. And Councillor Fitzsimons, can I just say well done on not moving an amendment on procurement? Very good work, and I'm sure that all of those issues you wanted to raise will be well and truly covered. So thanks, councillors, for your support, and I hope that it's a very strong and resounding vote. And can I just say finally, thank you. Yeah, I believe in science too, councillor, but but can I just say again, thank you very much to our staff, to the team of Let's Get Wellington Moving for the fantastic work you've done to get us to this point, and we look forward to ongoing progress to make our great city an even better city to live, work and play in.
All right, okay, does anyone want anything taken separately?
Yes, I would like to have number 2 taken separately.
Okay, can we just put that up again? Oh, okay, right, so it's the other one.
Councillor Pannett, can we have these ones as divisions, please?
Sure, that's not a problem. I presume we're okay with number 1.
Don't have to have a division on that one.
Yeah, number 1 and number 3. I think I'll take 4 and 5 separately.
Just
okay? Yeah, we're not debating, councillor. Right, okay, so can we all vote for 1 and 3 first, and then we'll vote for 2 and then 4 and 5? Is that okay? Sorry, Heidi. Appreciate that takes more time.
So sorry, we're doing 1 and
3 first of all. I'll just wait for Heidi to tell me that she's got that all set up.
So ready to vote on 1 and 3.
1 and 3, lovely. Thank you so much for your efficiency.
So that's 16 in favour, that's unanimous.
Lovely, thank you. Right, number 2, which is approving the business case, the substantive one. We can vote on that when that's ready.
So just waiting on votes for 2 from Councillor Foon and Deputy Mayor Free. So that's 11 in favour and 5 against.
Thank you very much. And then 4 and 5 together.
Did you manage to go back?
So waiting on votes for 4 and 5 from Councillor Day, Councillor Sparrow, and that's 15 in favour, 1 against.
Lovely, thank you. Right, councillors, staff have suggested we break at 2:45. I'm just wondering if we can do the Ford program and the action tracking, and then we can just take a little break and then do the last 2 papers. Does that sound okay? All right, okay. So Ms. Mueller, have you got anything to say about the Ford program?
Just a reminder that it's a living document and it changes. Other than that, I will take it as read.
Thank you. Does anyone want to ask any questions, Ms. Mueller? No? All right. Okay, well, I'm going to move it. Just to respectfully slightly disagree with our wonderful committee advisor, I have of the mind that it does need to be quite fixed. We need to be very focused and disciplined to achieve some very big things for the rest of the triennium. We've obviously got things like the district plan. So obviously tomorrow we vote on a wider strategy and policy program, and then we can really get the program fixed, fleshed out, and so that we can communicate with residents about what exactly we're doing. But look, it's good, and it's great to be doing some really substantive work. So if I could have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. Is there any, do you wish to speak? Is there any debate? Okay,
let's vote. Thank you.
That's unanimous.
Great, lovely. Now the action tracking, do you have anything to say there? Or Liam?
No, Madam Chair, take it as read, please.
Okay, any questions? No, okay, well, I'll move that. You haven't really got anything to say. Councillor Paul, will you second? Thank you. Do you wish to speak? No. Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, let's vote. Thank you.
And that's unanimous.
Lovely. Now, with optimism, could we get the Brooklyn Cycleway done in 10 minutes?
No.
I don't
No. All right. Can I just suggest we do take a 10-minute break? Just stretch legs, have something to eat, and then we'll finish off those 2 papers, and then we're done. So thank you for your efficiency, colleagues. It's great.
Well chaired, Madam Chair.
Hey, Iona, how long till we're back?
Now.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
And Heidi has helpfully reminded me we need to move a motion to keep going if we go beyond 3:30, but I am hoping that we will finish well before 3:30. What do you think?
It would be a nice aspiration.
It's not an aspiration, Councillor.
I've been inclined to vote against that motion this time, Iona.
Oh, no. I'm sure we've got other things to do. All right.
Yeah.
I think we've got quorum. So, Deputy Mayor Free, if you'd like to introduce the Brooklyn paper, thank you.
Yeah.
Can we just start? I can't start my video. The host is telling me she has stopped it. So if that could be
no, is it deliberate?
I can't see you. We can see
I'm
you,
a
actually.
face for radio. You know how it is.
Same for me.
Okay, there you go.
All right. Well, just to say that it gives me immense pleasure actually to be able to introduce this paper. You know, having held the cycling portfolio for 5 years or so, it's been really pleasant. You know, it's just the highlight of my work at council was to be able to open up more infrastructure. So in this paper, we have the results of the feedback from the community, and the officers are asking us to approve going out for formal consultation. They're also making suggestions that they'll do more to improve pedestrian experience along Brooklyn Road, which I think we've heard from feedback this morning is actually important, that they look at that and see what they can do. They also want to extend it slightly at either end to make the on-off experience better, and look at reinstalling the plush median, which again responds to some of the feedback that's been received. And I believe that I'm moving this paper with an amendment that's come from Councillor Foon, feedback from the community. Also, we've had feedback that the community would like some investigation into whether the 30-kilometre speed limit, which is currently includes the Brooklyn Village, should be extended slightly north on O'Hara Road, which would help with people crossing the road, particularly children. I think it's quite ironic that we're here in lockdown actually talking about an Innovating Streets project, which began really as a result of lockdown. And I do thank the government for the boldness that they showed in putting money into Innovating Streets and the new approach that we've been able to trial. I think, you know, there's been mixed success with the Innovating Streets projects, but I count this particular project as a big success. And it's given us a vision for how we could deliver things faster, and working with the community to iron out the, you know, the things that need to be ironed out before we actually literally set it in too much concrete. The other, it was interesting to me that the feedback, despite what some, you know, some people would say, the feedback was definitely that this has made it safer. 64% of people who responded thought it had actually made travelling safer for all users. And I don't think it's material what kind of road user they are when they give that feedback. I think we all use different types of modes enough to be able to assess whether something's made it safer for all modes. So it does give me, as I said, real pleasure to move this paper. I think I feel very confident about us going ahead with this project to the state of going out again for some formal consultation. I know it's a long process, but at least we've got the facility in there that people can enjoy and use during lockdown while we're going through the process of actually consenting it properly and fully. And I believe it's going to be seconded by Councillor Foon.
Yes, it is. I'm very sorry. I keep forgetting to allow the officers to speak because, you know, I do believe this is councillor paper. Officers, is there anything you need to add to what's already in the paper? And of course, councillors can ask questions about the amendment there too.
No, that's fine, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind, normally to allow councillors to be able to ask questions, officers would introduce their paper, but you know, obviously Deputy Mayor's clearly explained she's very passionate about this space, so I'm okay with that. I'm sure Vita is as well, and we can go into debate if you like, or if there's any further points of clarification, we can jump in whenever.
Yeah, are there any questions? Councillor Sparrow, do you have a question?
Yes, that was on recommendation 4 about council officers looking into the extension to the 30-kilometre-an-hour speed limit. Now that's just noting. That's not. It's already happening. Is it? We're just noting that rather than requesting it. Just want that clarified.
officers?
So we've just, the National Whakatahi is looking at the speed management review at the moment. We submitted on that a few months ago and we're expecting that to be finalised before the end of this year. So we're waiting on that to be looking at speed limit reviews, but we will be considering it as we do this.
Right.
Is that all, Malcolm?
Yeah. So that's happening regardless of whether we note it or don't note it.
We were intending to, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster and then Councillor Rush.
Just one very quick question. In the Deputy Mayor's introduction, she talked about the crosshatch sort of area. That was obviously an issue which has come up in public participation and in some of the submissions about the width of traffic lanes and proximity of vehicles to each other. And it's something that you are going to be having a look at as you go through this process of formal consultation, etc.
Yes, we will. I think it's paragraph 60. We have noted that we'll be looking at this. The current design was to retain the parking at the bottom of the hill. We have experienced parking occupancy is relatively low in those parking spaces, so we'll be looking at if we can remove them and then reinstate median strip as one of the solutions.
Yeah. Safe for all users is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Well, thanks for that, Your Worship. That was certainly high in my mind as well. As a truck driver, I know how easy it is to have someone coming towards you as they change the radio station and create a problem. So just on the cycle count, so one submitter was telling us that it's dropped by 17%, but I saw the paper talks about it. We've had an extra 5 cyclists at the same time of the year. Can you just explain why the difference?
So the difference, what we've referred to in the paper with the 6% increase, that is comparing the same time, so June last year with June this year. Mrs. Underwood was talking about and compared to, if we looked at what the March figures were with the June figures, and there's seasonal variations.
Yeah, absolutely. So just on that though, I mean, I think the projections were a likely uplift or uptake of significant higher proportions. Are you expecting that to increase, or is there? I mean, I think there was one inference I saw in a submitted that actually the people that are physically capable of doing it, that live in Brooklyn, are all doing it, and we're not going to get many more.
I think if we go back to some of the things we discussed 2 weeks ago at our workshop, one of the most important things to increase uptake in cycling is to have a connected network. In the current trial, we're missing the 2 ends, and in our preferred option, we're proposing that they get extended. So we go and meet the cycleway on Victoria Street, and we extend it up to the shops in Brooklyn. And as our network increases generally across the city, we will see a much higher uptake. So it's something that happens over time. As the Mayor indicated, in the last 2 decades, we've seen a 230% increase in cyclists.
Thanks for that. Just one further, if I may. So what happens at the top of Brooklyn? I think it's a Pūroro road out to Happy Valley. Is there a plan to, extend the cycleway throughout to, out to Pūroro Bay?
That is one of the things we'll be addressing in the cycleways refresh on the 23rd of September.
Yep.
But our first state is to get to the highly populated areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert and then Fitzsimons.
Thank you. We heard from Living Streets, and I just want to understand is how, when you go out for consultation, if this goes through, how will pedestrians be factored into any design going forward?
So one of the recommendations that we've put in the paper, recommendation 3, is that agree that upgraded pedestrian facilities will be investigated as part of this work. So we will be looking at improving that. That's based on lots of the learnings and feedback we've had throughout the process. And so we'll be looking at that design as we go into traffic resolutions.
So essentially what you're saying is you're going to address the points raised by Living Streets that we heard.
We're going to look into if they can be addressed and how they could be addressed.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons, then Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, look, my internet's been a bit average, so apologies if this question has been asked, but I just wanted to understand the issue raised by Sarah, the public participant, around her, the issue where it comes at the bottom of her driveway, and whether, obviously that can be addressed through the full consultation, but how likely is it that we'll be able to find a solution that's safe there, and is it a possibility to do what she suggested, which is to move it into on the other side of the road, really?
I'm not sure. I'll get Hugh to maybe help out with that answer just before he jumps in. We've addressed that in paragraph 35 in the paper. The concerns of residents centred especially around where the car park in Washington Avenue bus stop was. But Hugh, do you?
She seemed to be raising a different point around.
Oh, was it
I thought, but
yeah, we've met with them on site and had a look and a good discussion in the pouring rain, unfortunately. But we're confident that we can get a better option through there with a permanent option. I can't kind of see. I think it was Councillor Day said in the workshop a couple of weeks ago that often this trial stage, it won't be perfect, and it'll be what we've got in there is better than what was, but it won't be what we want in the long term. And so we think that with some reallocation of road space with more permanent materials, it will be safe to have a better solution through there.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Just a quick question to respond to a public submitted point around the pinch points for downhill cyclists. Is this, and just understanding how we've responded to that. So understanding even though modifications were made during the trial, do we expect any from now until hopefully the implementation of something permanent for cyclists coming down the hill?
I'll call on Hugh again to answer that question.
So the short answer is no, we're not going to be looking to make any changes to the downhill route until we need to go through the proper preparation of the consultation papers. But I think that probably even in those there wouldn't be any changes except for that reinstation of the median. I think that's the main pinch point, and even then it's not a pinch point as in the lane narrows. It's just there's no median for people to skip the traffic anymore, essentially. So yeah, the median provides a buffer. I think what people are talking about when they ride their bike and the pinch point is that now they can't get around traffic, essentially.
Cool, thank you, Hugh.
Any further questions? Councillor Fitzsimons, are you still wanting to ask a question? Was it just, no? Okay, right. Councillor Foon, do you wish to speak now or do you want to reserve your right?
I'll reserve. Thank
okay. You. Any other speakers? Councillor Fitzsimons.
I just want to briefly say, as the ward councillor, that this is a great thing to have seen. It's a really good example of how you can move from a temporary solution to something more permanent. And we have seen strong support from the community for this, but also those who are concerned about it have engaged constructively with the council through this process. And I think in the most have felt heard, and that hasn't always been the case with the implementation of cycleway infrastructure throughout our city. So I'm really pleased that we've managed to adequately engage people in the discussion. So I'm really pleased to be able to support this, and I'm really confident that it's going to be a great enduring solution for this part of Wellington.
Thank you. Councillor Foon, you'd like to speak now? Well, Councillor Young wants to speak too, so you can decide when to speak.
I'll go after Councillor Young, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Young.
Okay, well, you're not seeing me because I'm sick, so I don't think you want to see me when I'm sick. So first of all, I'd just like to say I'm very reassured that the officers are going to work with the various submissions we've had, because I think we can learn quite a lot from them. I'm thinking in particular that hatched area at Lower Brooklyn Road. But the main thing I want to say is I can remember when trams went up Brooklyn. Actually, that's not quite true. I can remember trams in Wellington. I was too young to remember them going up Brooklyn because they were removed in 1957. The trams were built for that road. The road was built for the trams, and it was one of the first tram lines in Wellington in 1905, and they came out in 1957 when I was just walking. One of my earliest memories is Councillor Saul Goldsmith prophesying that Wellington would regret the removal of trams, and I think some of you would agree with that. But the real point I want to make is if we can't put a cycleway onto Brooklyn Road, then we can't put one anywhere. This road was made for cycleways. So yes, we've got a few things to sort out, but I fully support this. I think it'll be a great place to have a cycleway, and I can promise you I will never, ever use a bicycle on it. That's from me. I'm finished.
Thank you. Councillor Foon and then Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Well, I didn't know that the trams went up the Brooklyn Hill, so that's quite exciting. That the tram lines might still be there if we dug down deep enough. So yes, I think we've had some good input already, but I just want to acknowledge that the trial system that we've just gone through, and in design, trialing is a normal process. So it's really good to see that they're starting to move into the urban mobility space because it helps the testing. And I think, yeah, I was really impressed with the way it brought the community in, doing it with them rather than having it done to them. I do want to acknowledge the community for that work, for working with our officers, for all of their contribution, and even for those that were against it, you know, not so in favour. We really thank you for bringing your wisdom along to this. And acknowledging, yes, it's critical to see that this is part of connecting up all of the cycle routes down through Victoria Street up to the hill, and also but over the whole city. So it's part of a very big picture. So I appreciate that the small view is hard to take right now, but we need to look at that big picture. And as Mr. Bridgman pointed out this morning, there is a whole generation of active transport users for whom this will be the normalised way that they will move around. And yes, just want to acknowledge that this trial cycleway wasn't perfect, but it is helping us to get better. And so I can also only say that my own experience being separated from the trucks was so remarkable, I did actually cry. So, and although that was a feeling and I can't prove that it is actually safer, it certainly feels a lot better to have that protection because the trucks and the speeding traffic up that hill are quite a thing. So yes, really thrilled to be at this point with this project. And thank you to all of the officers for all of their work, answering all of the questions from all of our community. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul.
Can we go to a procedural vote? Can we just, we've had more than 3 speaking in support.
Well, you can move one if you wish, as you know.
Yeah, let's go. Yep, that's good.
Okay, have you got a second now?
Anybody want a second? Councillors, there's a few put their hands up. Councillor Wolf, thank you.
Okay, so can you vote now? So it's 75%.
Thank you.
Green if you agree, red if you are against.
Just waiting on a vote from Liz Kelly.
She's not here, I don't think.
Oh, I think she's left now.
She's still in the meeting. She's still connected.
Oh, is she?
Doesn't have her camera or microphone on.
She may be in her other meeting though. She did say 3 o'clock, so she might just not have signed out.
Okay, I will note that as an absence then. So that's 14 in favour, 1 against.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Freed, do you want to write a reply?
very quickly, and I'm sorry I got them order mucked up in my excitement, but the questions are really good. So I just wanted to say, Laurie, you reminded me of all the work that's actually been done on this, and I want to thank the staff for a very clear paper. I think it was incredibly well written and very concise. Appreciated that. And I know how much work they do to respond to feedback from the community. And they've did 7 improvements in real time, and obviously we'll do more. But I think it's definitely a good way to work, and I look forward to doing much more of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like a division, Deputy Mayor Free?
Oh, only if other people ask for it, but why not?
Okay. We'll take a division. Thank you. All right. Okay. You can vote, please. Thank you.
So that's 15 in favour, 16 unanimous.
Okay.
This
Thank
is
you very
the
much.
Brilliant.
Right, we've got the last paper and we've got a number of officers. Mr. Kong, Mr. Black, Mr. Moody, Ms. Ferguson, are you all here? Can't see everyone on the screen.
I'm here.
Great. Okay,
Madam
so
Chair.
would you like to make any introductory comments about this last paper?
Yeah, just quickly, Madam Chair, good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors. The background to this paper is that the taxis on Courtenay Place were blocking the bus stop there and causing some health and safety issues, and it becomes greater over time because the parking warden was not able to enforce it, and bus patronage were having to walk onto live lane, and bus drivers were saying, look, that's unsafe. They'll just start skipping the bus stop. So that affected not only the use of the bus stop, but the health and safety of people that depends on public transport. So a trial was carried out to move the taxi stand to the south side of where the slip lane is, and that trial was held with in consultation with the businesses, and as part of the trial, the businesses came back and said, look, we need some short stay parking, because if you have taxis there and the other parking spaces full of other cars, there's no way to have a drop-off pickup. Basically, the turnover was something that they said affected their operation of business. So the officers went away and proposed a number of P30 parking spaces. And at the initial stage, we proposed a P30 at all times. I think the feedback coming back from the councillors and a few feedback from officers said, look, we could look at another option. But before we go into that, this report was presented at the RPC, and Councillor Condi and Chair Sparrow says, look, there's an impact on revenue due to the loss of parking income from the loss of 9 paid by space parking. So as a result, the Planning and Environment Committee is asked now to consider this traffic resolution. That's the background to it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Rush has the first question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, I've been contacted by a person who claims to have some representation of businesses in the area. He's concerned that a number of those businesses are owned by families with Asian ethnicity, very, I suppose, English very much a second language, if at all. I just want to make sure that we have engaged with them and in a safe environment for them to speak their minds and to get their feedback.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. I'll pass it on to Sam Fell, who has done a lot of the communication with the businesses there. Sam? Yeah, mute.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Yes, actually, we have done some extensive consultation. First Retail was originally brought on board to do our official consultation process across, and I also understand that we've had two separate meetings held with the businesses across on the east side and the eat side, and they call the, I think one side they call the drink side, they call the eat side, and we also had at one of the forums that that was held, there was a representative there representing the Asian community and the businesses there too. So I think there's a number of us officers who have also been on the ground working with some of those businesses and working through inviting them to come forward separately, also to talk if they felt like they couldn't speak in an open forum, and to come and meet with us at council as well. So I feel that there has been sufficient consultation. Kevin, did you want to add anything to that as well, just to finalise that? I know you put out some answers this morning.
No, I think you've covered it off well.
Yeah.
Okay,
thanks, Sam.
Sorry, Mayor Foster and then Councillor Paul.
Right, cool. Look, so I'm just trying to get my head around what we're actually trying to do here. So we've got it's just the slip lane and a little bit in front of it, and we're proposing to change it from mix of P120s, P15s to P30s, and then to charge for some and not charge for others.
Maybe if I just try and clarify that.
Yeah.
So the trip TR that you have in front of you right now is talking about 11 car parks. So it is not about the stop lane. So that's already been the subject of a previous resolution. Currently, those car parks are a mix of P120 and I think there are 2 loading zone parks there as well. What this traffic resolution is trying to get approved is that the first 4 parks, as you immediately come out of the stop lane, would become P30. So that would be P30 not charged. So restricted parking P30 at all times. The remaining parks further down would all become P30 with the exception of the 2 loading zones, which would keep their current designation but become P30 at other times.
So that'd be, so the first 4 would be P30 not charged, and the other next 5 would be P30 charged, and then two loading zones.
No, so all P30s would be not charged, and the loading zones would continue to, the 2 loading zone parks will continue to be loading zone parks, but revert to P30 at other times.
So do we do that anywhere else, and what's the thinking behind that?
I can probably give a little bit of context around that. So the first TR that we had originally proposed was the slip lane, and then it was and due to the consultation process that we had, we heard from the businesses that they wanted to utilise some of that slip lane to be available to some of the businesses for delivery, drop-offs for the Ubers, for some short-term stay. Also, additionally, some of the later hours, the staff needed pick-up and drop-off areas that were closer to the businesses for their own personal safety as well. So we proposed that the 4 parks at the end of the slip lane become we'd originally proposed P15s, but we had been asked by the retailers and the businesses down there to extend that to P30. So that was the amendment that was put up at the last meeting on June the 8th, I think it was. I think that's what Councillor Condi has also referred to in some of her communications as well. That was originally put up. What we had from my understanding is it was agreed, but it wasn't represented in our minutes. We had to then put this through to the second TR, which was further conversations we'd had with the businesses that they wanted a bit more. So the stretch between the end of the slip lane to Tory Street, there were 5 additional parks and 2 loading zone spaces. And we were asked by the businesses to extend the possibility of some further pick-up drop-off areas and some short-term stay for deliveries. So there's, I guess, two options here. One, we went out to consultation about P30 at all times, and through consultation, we didn't get any negative feedback towards that. By one person who had questioned the Let's Get Welly Moving project. And there has also been a conversation around whether, if we didn't have the appetite to do P30 at all times, whether we continue to do the P30 from the slip lane operational hours as well. So just to continue the after hours P30 and have the P120 remain during the day. If that clarifies things a little better.
Slightly, so the question really is why this is an unusual arrangement that we don't, as far as we have anywhere else. My question then is obviously, are there other places, because business often wants short stay parking, get people in, out, do that sort of stuff quickly. Are we thinking about doing this elsewhere?
I think to answer that, and this is just an area that the businesses had asked us to look at. We haven't thought about it elsewhere, and you're right, it is only one area, so it does come down to, I guess, are we doing it in one area and not in the others? I guess that's where we offered the alternative solution of maybe we just keep it after hours, because no, we haven't looked at it. It was just on after consultation with these businesses because it was outside of their businesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing the advice around the revenue implications.
Right.
Thank you. Right, we've got councillors Paul and Young.
Yeah, I just wondered with that kind of the fact that it's not kind of this arrangement anywhere else in the city, is it going to cause confusion, and is it going to be difficult to enforce?
In terms of the confusion, I guess I don't have the answer to that. I think that there's less confusion if it's during the after hours, because it's sort of extended from the slip lane and it's sort of where that those moving cars are. I think there was also the conversation that from a city safety perspective, it was an area of the side of the street that has seen quite a bit of trouble. So the turnover of vehicles in the area and having more visibility on that side of the street with cars moving makes it easier for visibility. However, yeah, the signage can reflect what those changes are. Yeah, so I guess sorry, and the second part to your question was?
I guess I just want to be assured that the safety benefits from the original are carried through to the amended. Like can you be confident of that?
Well,
maybe I could jump in here, Sam.
Yeah.
So the safety, and Moana might want to comment as well. So the safety aspects, I think, have already been picked up by the earlier traffic resolution, which talked about putting in place a taxi stand in the slip lane during the hours of 10 till 8 in the morning. This particular initiative here this particular TR is only talking about those parks that you can see on the screen, and it is really about providing opportunity for people to access those businesses, particularly at times where there are people wanting to access a lot of those establishments, which are restaurants or takeaways, so that people can access those car parks and jump in, grab their food and take off. That's certainly the intention of it during the evening, and the reason for why the P30 for the other parks would be in place throughout the day was based on the feedback from businesses that they wanted people to be able to come and go from that area quite quickly.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. I guess just the last thing I'm just trying to look for some clarity on is just given that that particular area is like a hotspot for like violence with, you know, particularly outside J&Ms, I'm just a bit concerned that parking officers, because of the confusion that's created by the new arrangement, might be in danger by enforcing a rule outside of the hours. Does that put them in danger at all? Or I'm just worried about the implications of the confusion that this might create.
We wouldn't be our parking officers wouldn't be enforcing other than on complaint at this stage. The intention is that as part of our wider plan, we would look at static camera enforcement during those periods of the evening. Particularly, we know that we've had support from the police as part of this work going forward, that it adds a layer of complexity to have the potential of our officers down there at night time while they're trying to do their jobs as well. Sort of a little bit of fuel to the fire, some would say. So we are looking at smarter and more effective ways of enforcing these types of areas during the later hours, and particularly around the CBD areas as well.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Oh, just very briefly, I'm just really, I still don't understand the reasoning for having one area with this aberration of free parking in a city which is becoming famed for its price gouging on parking. Why are we giving something away like this?
I understand. Well, I guess this is part of the process around making sure that we've got taking account of the safety concerns that people that have been raised many times in Courtenay Place, and some of the actions that have been taken to mitigate that, which is in part the establishment of the taxi stand, and you'll be aware through the other traffic resolution that we are in the process of we have installed static cameras that will be monitoring remotely the bus stops going in both directions. That should therefore make it a lot safer for people accessing either taxis and or the buses.
Yeah, but with respect, that's nothing to do with whether we charge for the 30 minutes. And I mean, if anything, we should be charging extra because it pays for the cameras. I just can't see.
And as part of this, as part of the people's concerns at the time was that they wanted to be able to maintain access for people to come and go from that area, particularly in the evening when people are trying to access a lot of those fast food outlets to come and pick up food and then head away again. So that's particularly why the call came for people to have the P30 available.
Okay, well, I might have to vote against it then, because it just goes against the principle of stinging everyone everywhere else in the city. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Has anyone else got a first time question? I know I've got you on the list for second time round, Councillor. Look, first of all, I'm just going to move the procedural motion. We will be going a little bit beyond 3:30. Don't let that be taken as encouragement to go till 6. So I'm just going to move the motion that we go beyond 3:30. Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. If you can vote, please.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. But the moustache holds something, right?
So that's 15 in favour, 16 unanimous. Thanks.
Is there someone talking in the background? Okay. Look, could I just ask a couple of questions? I live very close by there, so I've got a question about speed. Like the cars going really fast into that slip lane. Are we going to be doing anything about that? Or does that need another traffic resolution?
Soon, can I get you to comment on that?
Yeah, this traffic resolution doesn't look into the speed, but if speed is an issue, then we could look into some traffic calming measures. Yeah.
Yeah, because and what's happening with Courtenay Place? Like, so if there are street changes with Courtenay, will it go to an even lower speed limit?
Currently, it's on the 30 kilometers per hour. I think the idea is to take away general traffic, It's part of the Let's Get Wellington
Okay.
Moving project.
Those people are not going 30k into that road, so so okay, so
Yeah,
that's quite interesting.
accept it.
Yeah, so I'm also just a little bit unclear about how we're going to make it transparent if we make an exemption, like Councillor Young. Is there some way of recording it's because of safety issues?
I guess that, yes, I guess that can happen if that's the decision that councillors want to make in terms of if you're looking to approve this. We can make it clear that this is part of the overall package around implementing the safety improvements across Courtenay Place and also supporting businesses that are on that particular side of Courtenay Place.
I think we would need one. I think I agree with Councillor Young that there is a consistency issue, so presumably we can move an amendment that just goes along with that. So it's part of the paper. Is that all right, Kevin?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Right, Councillor Rush.
Thanks. I do notice that there seems to be something that looks like a service lane going in behind each street called Alpha Street. Is that a place that could sensibly be used for Uber pickups and so forth? I mean, obviously not for takeaways, you wouldn't want people going that way, but if a business is picking up, then that seems to be a sensible place for those people to do so.
We didn't consider that as a street, in all fairness, but we did I actually held some consultation with the taxi companies, Ubers, and they weren't overly pleased at being moved off the bus stop in the first place. To be given the slip lane was sort of the second best option, and there was conversation that a while ago there was an original proposal to use Cambridge and Kent Terrace a few years back. A traffic resolution was put up to discuss that being a taxi and a waiting area. We understood from strong feedback that that was not an option for them, and they would be outraged if they were pushed out of the CBD area. A lot of the businesses work on sort of seconds, minutes, and times to get their job done and pickups and drop-offs. So anywhere less than sort of outside those business areas. What we did find is that the pushback is that they were actually they are parking on the footpath and up onto the brick areas across close to Blair and Allen Street, and that was causing a safety concern and is still causing a safety concern for the police around intoxicated people. So the compromise, I suppose, for us was to really push for particularly those 4 parks at the end of the slip lane. That was as I said, that was the original part of the TR, and that again, the P30 was to give them that ability to have 4 designated areas, spaces to use at all times for pickup drop-offs and to help their business.
Okay,
so
thanks.
Yeah.
So Alpha Street
Yeah.
could be a solution. I'm conscious other people in time, but
Yep.
in the UK, it's common to flag taxis down. It never used to be like that in New Zealand. You used to walk to a taxi stand or else ring one up.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it common these days to flag them down?
Well, we've brought that up in conversations where I've had with Let's Get Welly Moving as well, because I tried to align this work with the future plans as well. And so we did say that we would look at utilising the slip lane trial and the feedback that we've had with this planning to potentially help inform some of the decisions moving forward around where taxis would come and go in best places, potentially maybe having a bespoke option of a waiting area. So those discussions have been had.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Just another thing. Are taxis still using the bus lane?
At the moment, yes, they are, but the static camera should be operational in a couple of weeks, and we hope to see that decrease.
Thanks, Sam. Really appreciate your work.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask another question soon? So if we're trying to potentially get cars out of Courtenay Place, then the slip lane will be the one place where people really are encouraged to go.
I think when it comes to removing general traffic from Courtenay Place, I think it's only service vehicles that will be permitted into Courtenay Place. So in terms of traffic, I think the slip lane will be converted into a bus and cycle way, based on my sort of understanding of the proposal.
Sorry, the slip lane.
Yeah, there'll be changes to the slip lane. That's part of the Let's Get Wellington moving for bus priorities and cycleway.
Okay, so it will be allowed still though to be used by the businesses as well as a cycle and bus lane.
For servicing, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Okay, Councillor Condie, you're going to introduce the paper.
Kia ora.
Thank you. We've got something up on the screen, have we? It'd be helpful just because it's different.
I can't see the screen.
Oh, can't you?
No.
Sean, we've just been sent it by email as well. We've just been sent it by email.
Can you forward it? Got it.
Awesome.
It's up on the screen.
Thanks, everybody. As you're aware, this is kind of a slightly complex TR because this is one that's essentially following up on feedback we have from a previous change that we had made. So in a previous traffic resolution at Regs, we made this change for public safety to bring this taxi stand into the slip lane, which was at a request of New Zealand Police. So that's all done and dusted. It's operational. We're hoping that it'll continue to improve with a few other things, but that's happened. That's in the bank. What this is about is a request that came out from the businesses during consultation on that process. And the businesses that were particularly affected are the ones that are along that slip lane. And they really asked for more of this short stay parking to support turnover. They've got a lot of takeaways and kind of Uber Eats and all that kind of thing. So I guess what I would say to you in this case is that, you know, in transport projects, businesses are saying that we don't listen to them. And this TR is an attempt to show that we are listening to their requests and we are trying to respond to the concerns that businesses raised related to this taxi stand that we put in place for public safety. So this traffic resolution is really trying to support these businesses that were affected by that and listen to their concerns and respond to those concerns. As we've said, the Regs committee decided because there were revenue impacts that it was more appropriate to send it up to this committee. You've had updated figures today that the revenue impacts, if we were to put in place the officer recommendation, which was to convert 9 parks into P30 all day, that there would be a cost of $85,000 annually of revenue lost. Now, as you see in red, that's not the motion that I'll be moving today. What I'm moving is a slight adjustment to the officer recommendation, which is that for those 4 spaces that are actually on the slip lane, just at the end of the slip lane, that they will be P30 all day, which was what the businesses really strongly asked for around those 4 parks, and which we indicated we would follow up in a future traffic resolution for them. The loading zone spaces will continue to be a loading zone, but will be P30 for all other times. And then there are these 5 pay-by-space P120 charged metered parks that are on Courtenay Place, just down from the slip lane. Now, these ones in the original traffic resolution, which went out for consultation, were also proposed to be P30 all day. But as a compromise, what this motion is moving is that those parks will continue to be P120 metered during charging hours, but will be P30 at all other times. And this kind of helps us to mitigate some of the revenue effects of what we're trying to do here. So we will still have lost revenue of $40,000 annually for making that change to those 4 spaces, but that's about half of what we would have had otherwise. I think, yes, this is something that's only been done here, but I think that my approach to these kind of traffic resolutions has always been, if there's something that we can do to accommodate businesses when we're making a significant change like this, I try to be flexible, try if we can to accommodate their requests. And this is, I guess, would really give us a trial to see how this works, about how if we have these spaces that are P30 all other times, whether that is something that's useful and we might want to use it across the city. But it would be the first place that it's in place that we would be using that. It does maintain the safety benefits that we've already banked in terms of the taxi stand. This traffic resolution is not primarily about safety benefits. This traffic resolution is primarily about supporting those businesses that have been affected by the taxi stand. And just to note that, yes, Let's Get Wellington Moving and the Golden Mile project are definitely coming to this space as well, but they still have more design work to do. And in the meantime, we want to, be as accommodating as we can to these businesses. That's it from me. Can I have a seconder, please?
Councillor Paul, are you seconding?
Yeah, I don't need to speak.
Okay. Now, councillors, do you just want to ask any questions of officers, given there's been a change there?
Could we just vote?
Councillor Rush, do you have a question? And Councillor Calvert?
Yeah, my question is that
Councillor
Condi has said that we're responding to businesses. Just looking at the map, Google Maps, and I know some of these businesses, they don't seem to be takeaway bars, and a lot of them are Asian restaurants. I understand that it's customary for large families to go to dinner together and would normally spend a lot longer than half an hour. So could officers maybe just respond to that? Which businesses were supportive?
So when we did our consultation process, we spoke to businesses, and as part of that, the original consultation on the first traffic resolution went out that we implement this from 8 p.m. They came back with feedback that sitting in the restaurants often were up to 2 hours, and would we consider a later start to these? So we actually extended this to 10 p.m. so that dining families could enjoy their stay, still parking, and the slip lane would come into effect from there. The only exception was that still with this operating, it was a happy medium that only 4 of those parks remained as P30, so the drop-offs could happen whilst the dining was still happening as well.
Okay, so Councillor Condi's amended substantive actually addresses that issue, but does keep the takeaways happy. Okay, thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Actually, that might have answered my question. I was getting quite confused with the lead-in to the amendment. So I really just want to make sure that we've got a pragmatic solution here. So officers are supporting that amendment going in?
Correct, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf? No, you don't. You're fine. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Frew, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did, but I've had my question answered. It was
Okay,
about
great.
10 p.m. Yep.
Great. Mayor Foster?
Yeah, so look, I think I've got my head around this and understanding the logic behind it. So my question simply is this: from an officer point of view, as we go through all the changes that are going to be in front of us from a Let's Get Wellington Moving perspective, where businesses right across the city are going to be going, hey, these changes are adversely affecting us. We're going to use this principle there as well.
Well, I'm just looking at the staff here. I'm not sure they're going to be able to answer that more broadly, Sam. But
well, Liam, you can have a go then.
Yeah, I'll have a go.
I think it's a good. I think it's a good principle, but
well, I think
I think make sure we're going to be consistent.
Yeah, I think Sam's work, Sun's work, and under the guidance of Kevin, has been quite a comprehensive one in this instance. And as we go forward for engagement for these more denser commercial areas where change is required, we all know we're going to have to get right under the hood and spend time on the footpaths and talking to shop owners and business owners and property owners about the implications of this, and any other stakeholder group for that matter, whether it's PT users or otherwise. So Kevin's probably going to chime in here as well. He certainly knows the details behind these types of TRs and how we're going to roll out certainly our transitional program in the future are quite tightly tied to Sun's team and Sam's work. So I'll let Kevin elaborate a little further.
Sorry, I was muted there. I was going to hand that question over to Soon. So basically it'll be Soon and the city planning team who would be making some of those decisions. So Soon, you'll be better off to comment on that.
Yeah, Mayor Foster, I think the work has yet to be done in terms of when we change the Golden Mile into just public transport and widen footpath and provision of cycleway. We need to discuss with the local businesses and retail what servicing needs they have or they see in the future. So that work has to be done. And at this point in time, I can't give you an answer that, look, this is what we will do.
I'm not so much looking for an answer as to what we will do, but the process we will go through. So effectively what you're telling me, you'll be sitting on the shoulder effectively of Let's Get Wellington moving as we go to look to make these changes and working with them and working with the businesses to try and come with the right the right answers in different places.
Yeah, because part of the process is that they will have to come to the committee or the councillors for their traffic resolution for changing parking and making street one way, pass only lane things. They will have to come back to the council for their approval.
Keep you busy, so good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Okay. Councillor Paul, do you wish to speak? No. Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to commend Councillor Condie for coming up with some common sense solutions. I have to confess, although I am a veteran of expeditions to Courtenay Place over 30 years, I also count myself as a novice learning. Only recently there was the E Street and the sign for drinks, and yet it's clearly obvious, but it's pointed out to you. But I'd like to just send a message to SOS Courtenay that once we come out of lockdown, I want to spend some time with you. I want to get to know your community and understand your needs and wants a bit better in order to facilitate the sort of changes that perhaps are going to be happening with Let's Get Wellington moving.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, very, very briefly, I just want to say that I think this is a really excellent example of actually being flexible and trying to listen to a variety of needs and creating a diverse sort of environment for parking where we can find out what's working and what's not working with a certain amount of safety for our residents and businesses, because they know there'll be something there at least some of the time. So thank you, Councillor Condie and staff.
Any other speakers? Look, this is slightly difficult for me given it is right in my neighbourhood, but I'm going to vote against it because I just, as a principle, don't like having arrangements which are potentially quite inconsistent with what we might be doing elsewhere. And I'm not quite sure the case has been made for why this area is particularly special. So it's not a big deal, but I just think we do need to treat everyone really fairly. Councillor Condie, do you wish to have a right of reply?
Just very quickly to kind of acknowledge the question from Mayor Foster and others about, is this how we're going to go forward? And I hope it is, that this is how we're going to go forward with the Golden Mile and Let's Get Wellington moving and all of these changes. I actually see this as really a similar process to what we did on Thornton Quay when we introduced the short stay parking outside of the childcare centre there and outside of the dance studio. It's about, we don't know what the solution is going to be that's required in any particular place, but it's about making sure that staff are on the ground, getting to know the business owners, finding out what they need, and where we can be flexible, where we can find a solution. If it is the only place in the city that we do that, I'm kind of all right with that. If that's what's needed in that place to make it work, then I'm good with that. And I think that that's what we're doing here is we've made some changes here that are going to make a big impact on public safety. And, we're just trying to make that work well for the businesses that are in that area.
Okay, right, if we can vote, thank you.
That's 13 in favour, 3 against.
Thank you very much, Hayley, for all your hard work today, and councillors also. It's not easy to have a 6-hour meeting on Zoom. So I'm going to close the meeting now, and I'll just say the karakia, and of course, feel free to say it in your own home. Unahia, 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 ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, e te ara takatū. Koea rā e rongo, pakaria aki ki ronga, kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia. So kia ora everyone again, thank you very much for lots of hard work done today.